Hello, everybody. We are live. How's it going? You guys good? It is time for A Tale of Many Warhipsters, Season 3, Episode 5. And I am unprepared. We're late. I'm late because the day got away from me, basically. um, uh, so I'm still setting things up. We should be all good in just a moment. There we go. Right, hello. Lucas R1979 has become a member. Thank you very much. That's very kind of you. That is very, very kind of you. We're starting off strong today. Thank you so much. How many submissions are we looking at tonight? I think it's in the 70s. So we have a lot. We have a lot to get through. Tonight I am joined by Mr. Gwatkin. Mr. Smith is in bed, and Adam has just welcomed his baby to the world. So they are not joining us tonight. But yeah, hope we might see them again next month. Who knows? So yeah, I'm going to undeafen now. Mr. Gwatkin should be able to hear me. And we're going to pump across to this screen right here. Now you guys at home should be able to see him. Hello, Rich. How you doing?
Oh, yeah, good. Excited to see all the March Madness that we've got going on.
There's a lot of March Madness going on. It's a real eclectic group of things. So yesterday I was in London. I know you were in London for Salute. I know many of you at home were probably at home for probably in London for Salute. I was also in London yesterday, but I was meeting my nephew for the first time, which was nice.
That takes precedence over Salute, I think.
Yes. So yeah, I wasn't far away. I was only down the road near Wimbledon. But I was meeting my nephew. He's a very sweet little baby. And he frowns exactly like I do. So Alice thought that was really funny.
Amazing.
Just goes like that all the time. She's like, "Yep, there's the family resemblance," which is very adorable. But
yep, part of the family.
So you would just, before we go live, spoiler alert, everybody, I have already spoken to Mr. Gwatkin, but you were just telling me about Salute. You had a good time? You had a good time there?
Yeah, it was my first time going to Salute, so it was great to go there, see all the vendors, catch up with some old friends I hadn't seen in a while, and yeah, just generally have a look around and see what it's all about.
It's interesting, because only about 3 years ago, it used to be basically in a sports hall, didn't it?
Pretty much, I think. Although I get confused because there's another South London show that used to be held around the corner from me, and that's definitely in the sports hall. But I'm not sure. That one's definitely not Salute. But I'm not sure how long Salute has been in Excel Centre. But yeah, it was massive. It was basically like a mini sort of Comic-Con.
Yeah, oh, that's cool. Are you going to come to UK Games Expo or?
Ooh, I'll have to have a look at when that's on.
It's on the last weekend of May, I believe. It's like 31st to the 2nd of June. I'm going on the Saturday. Hang on, I'll pull up the calendar. Let's have a look, shall we? It is, 31st to... No, sorry, it's the 30th to the 1st of June. I'm going on the 31st, so I will be there on the Saturday. So, yeah. If you're going to come, let us know.
See if I can fit it in.
And if you lovely ladies and gentlemen at home are also going to UK Games Expo, do let us know. I will be there. Although I assume most of you will be at home finishing off your Tale of Many Warhipsters submissions, because it is the final day of May.
Yep.
So, yeah. We've got a lot to get through. I don't know about you, but I'm pretty much ready to go. I am just going to say hello to every single person in the chat, though, so bear with me 1 second. Good evening to the Tattooed Zoologist, Fake Street Spirit, Maureen W, Aidan Hughes, Fake Street Spirit again, Illy, Edward705, Martin Spoon, Street P, Forge Father Vulcan, Laura, Brand, Flying Muttley, The Mini Creative, Alaric79X, of course, Lucas R1979, Blethin Lawton, Old Man Noz, Captain Mannerings, good evening. Who else have we got? Stoogie, Keep Story, Swennels, Paramite67, Mini Painting Dad, Eron. Who else have we got? Dutch Army Painter, Pip2, Number 42. Who else? Who have I missed? Have I missed anyone? Conic Melter, Dana, Steve, hello. Go For It Painting, Jason Papworth, hello. I think that's everyone. Hello, oh, James is here. Hello, James. Pruders is here. Eurofanixia, I think I've said that right. Zara is here. Iffy is here. Darksider is here. Hello, hello. Blaster Daddy Sells Horses. He's a rancher is here. GW is never going to release Hera. I am drastically disappointed again. Well,
They did give us a cool end, though. So
they did give
the
us
Hera will eventually come out.
Yeah, Beachbone the Ent, that was previewed yesterday? No, Thursday. Friday? One of those days.
Thursday, yeah. They
Mike
tend to
Stevens
come out on
here.
Thursdays.
Hello. Yeah, Beachbone the Ent was here. I reckon there's at least one more thing that they're going to preview, and then stuff's going to drop the following weekend.
I feel like it feels like they're filling in all the gaps in the armies of like things that didn't have models, like Beachbone. So you'd have to guess that War Drakes are on there because they specifically mentioned them in an earlier post, and they've never had a model.
Yeah.
And they specifically call them out as still having a profile. So you assume that, model is probably on the way.
Yeah. There's going to be some. I don't think it's far away now. I really don't. It'll be here eventually, soon it'll be here. And as soon as I know.
Well, there's also a bunch of War of the Rohirrim models that we have profiles for, like Leif and Olwen, that we don't have models for. So there's got to be like a wave 2 of that at some point, is my guess.
And Helm and Freya.
We have to wait. Yeah, like hopefully we don't have to wait that long for the alternate Hera model to come out. But I mean, we'll see.
Then at the same time, an MESBG edition basically lasts 20 years. So it could happen at any point in the next 20 years.
Pretty much.
Yeah. Anyway.
It's still basically the same game.
Yeah. The final question I have for everybody at home, just before we jump into this lovely evening, is the sound all working? Like, you can hear me, you can hear Mr. Gwatkin, the music isn't drowning anybody out, or anything like that. I can turn the music up a little bit if that's something that you need. Is it all good? Are we balanced correctly? Because that's the thing I can't control unless I monitor the whole thing and then I hear everything twice and my brain can't help. I can't handle that. I end up tripping over my own words. It's like ugh. Music ? Says Steve. So that indicates to me that the music is too quiet. So let's just. Can you hear it now? I'm slightly quieter. How's that? Sounds good. Okay. Alright. I think we're good to go. So, if you guys at home are fine, and if you are fine, Mr. Gwatkin, and I'm fine here,
good.
It's time to jump in to A Tale of Many Warhipsters, Season 3, Episode 5. Here is the meat and potatoes, and as always, as we always do, we start off with myself. My 2 submissions for this month are an Imperial Fist Gravis Captain and a Lord Celestant on Stardrake, because why not, eh?
It's very impressive. Big old imposing model right there.
Yeah, I painted one as part of my original Stormcast back when I first got into Stormcast, which would have been sort of shortly after the General's Handbook, so that would have been 2017 type thing. I painted one as a Drake Sworn Templar in my old Anvils of Heldenhammer colours. And I think I've shared the picture of the side-by-side between the two of them, but naturally my painting has come quite a long way in the last 8 years.
I mean, they'll happen when you've been basically painting non-stop every day for that.
Yes. So I wanted to do it for a while, to actually throw it in, see what I'm capable of now. And I've done it now. Poll for next time. There is not a poll this time. The next theme is, we're halfway there. Whoa, we're living on a prayer. Because next month is 6 months. That's the 6-month part.
Which is crazy. It really has flown by.
Yeah, it's been crazy. But yeah, I just really wanted to, like I said, I really wanted to do the Star Drake. I did want to do a Celestant Prime as well, but I don't have a Celestant Prime. And I'll get one eventually. I'm just kind of dragging my heels on it because it feels to me like the type of model that it probably needs a complete redo, and it might happen at the end of this edition of Age of Sigmar, and I don't want to buy one now and then be like, oh no.
There's definitely a couple models that I like hopefully should get like redone, especially like in Middle Earth, but who knows what's coming for that. So on a couple of those I've bitten the bullet and I'm just like, okay, I'll just buy the model. If they redo it, then I guess I'll just repaint it or use the same model that I've got. But rather than just wait, just go for it. Yeah.
Well, maybe I will. But yeah, this is what I did. Obviously, I did a few more other things, but I thought it would be cheating to put the Death Rattle in because they were finished after the 1st of April. And
they
naturally,
do look great though. Like one of my that's definitely sort of up there with some of my favorite paint jobs you've done. Like the scheme that you've got on there with this more sort of like brass that has then gone to verdigris. It's really really nice.
Oh, thank you. Hopefully Prince Vordry comes out in the next couple of weeks and I can throw him into the next edition of Tale of Many Warhipsters. And naturally, of course, I could have really shown off today and thrown out Fulgrim and the Flawless Blades,
of course.
Lucius the Eternal and the Cacophonist. However, I'm not kidding, guys. I finished those at 2 a.m. on Friday morning, which feels like I'm pushing it a little bit by submitting my own models on the 11th of April. And if everybody else has to stick to the deadline, then Josh has to stick to the deadline as well. But yeah, for anybody who's wondering if those videos are coming, those videos will indeed be coming this week. Let me know which of the Emperor's Children videos you want to see first. I can guess, but
I think you could probably can.
Naturally, it's of course the Lord Cacophonist, right? No one cares about Fulgrim.
Noise Marines is really what people are after.
Yeah. I mean, that video is already available, so that's good.
I know.
Yeah, that's me. So I guess we'll just move straight on, shall we? We'll just move straight on to Mr. Adam, who's not here now. Adam, as you know, last time out, I made a boo-boo.
Yes.
And we didn't have his slide.
We all saw his miniatures.
Yeah. So this time around, I've got Adam's last month's stuff and this month's stuff in today. So he has painted Yndrasta the Celestial Spear, Pippin and Gandalf the White. Well, Pippin, Guard of the Citadel, and Gandalf the White on Shadowfax. For some reason, Gandalf the White isn't there on foot. So there we go. He's also painted...
Pippin's the real hero. That if Shadowfax goes away and you need dismounts, you only really need Pippin, right?
Yeah, exactly. He's also painted a Lord Vigilant on Gryffstalker, a Lord Veritant, 5 Liberators, 3 Prosecutors, Usharan, 3 Reclusians, a Lord Terminos, and their various grandchildren. And this is Adam's 2 months, just to be clear. This is his
yeah, it is 2 months worth of work. It's still a lot.
But yeah, there we go. This is what he's done. I mean, he's he's been slowly getting. I mean, he's been trying to rush a lot of stuff out before the baby comes. And he was saying to me a couple of weeks ago, once I'm going to spend a lot of time painting during paternity leave. And I was like, you're bloody not.
Also, you spend a lot of time painting before maternity leave. Like, you're just spending a lot of time painting.
Exactly.
I know he's super hyped about there being a new edition of like Spearhead and such like that. So great to see all this AOS stuff, and obviously, great to see any Middle Earth stuff. And Ashran is, king of madness.
He's excelled. He's done a lot of work here, and it all looks absolutely fantastic. I don't know whose videos he follows, but maybe you should subscribe to them.
Well, the thing is, we've seen Adam a couple of times now, having learnt from the master, being you, go off and just apply those practices and come up with his own schemes, because I don't believe you've done a Gandalf the White yet.
Yeah. I haven't done a Gandalf the White. He did ask me a lot about it, though, and I was like, do what I did in the Saruman bit, and he was like, okay. But then he went and did his own thing anyway. Anyway, he's a great painter. He's a fantastic painter. He's done good work. Done a lot of work. I hope he's having... I think baby was born 3 days ago, so he's in newborn bliss at the moment. So he might appear in chat at some point, but I doubt it. Oh, there he is. So there you go.
He's just about awake.
He's just about awake. He's only just awoke. He is awoken. Well done, Adam. Well done on
well done.
A productive 2 months. Good work. Good work. We're going to move on now to you, Mr. Watkin. There you go. Tell us what fresh hell you've unleashed upon your foes for Middle Earth strategy battle games.
Yeah, so I was going to do a lot more this month, but instead of painting being mad, work has been mad, so I haven't had quite as much time to dedicate to painting. But I did paint up the Mounted Boromir, so the one on the right here, to match the one I'd already done on the left, and took that along with our friend Ollie to a little doubles event. So just a quick one-day doubles where we ran the Brothers Gondor and far too many cavalry, had loads of fun, lost most of our games, but we won one game, but came away with best sportsmanship. So that was great, and it was lovely painting up the. And I painted up Boromir, who this version of Boromir doesn't go mad, but the other one does, so it kind of still fits with the thing.
Yeah, you didn't paint up old Boromir of the White of Gondor.
Boromir of Gondor. This is Boromir of the White Tower, who is very nice stats and killed lots of Uruk-hai and such during the tournament.
But doesn't have the banner, so he's not the most busted iteration of him.
No, we did come up against that one, and that was the one that actually won the whole tournament, and promptly tore us apart. The other two games were really close, and luck went our way in one game and won against us in the other game. But it was loads of fun. Would highly recommend it. It was a great time, and I painted up the one on horse, and now I've promptly ordered the ones with banners, so I can also paint those up and get some Rangers painted up, which is on my painting desk at the moment.
No, it's perfect. No, I think you've done a great job on it. I always forget how many iterations of Boromir there are. I always think that there is just the one with the banner, and then his Fellowship iteration. I haven't seen this one in a very long time, but it's fantastic. It looks great. Done a great job.
Well,
what colour have you used on the horse?
So I think that's just Rhinox hide, then Mornfang brown. Like it's, okay. For my Minister of the Army, I've kept things as simple as possible. Like the Boromir mounted, I think took me about 3 hours to paint.
No, oh wow, start to finish. Yeah, that's impressive.
Yeah, just a really quick, simple scheme.
Yeah, no, I like it. I like it a lot. Well done. 3 hours. I wish it would take me 3 hours.
Not including like drying time for the base and whatnot, but that does include basing time as well. About 3.5 hours. Yeah,
I like it. I like as well that you've gone for that's an Astro Granite base, isn't it? That's It's an Osgiliath nod,
I,
isn't it?
I pretty much do the exact same basing on every single army, so I can have them together, or if they need to be allied in together, they never look out of place. So every single army I do is always just the same basing.
That I should use that excuse more often for why I only use Sterling Mud and Dry Brush at the Tyrant Skull. Because I used to
just make it consistent.
Yeah, every single Imperial miniature I used to paint was done with my Nuclear Wastelands recipe, so that in 8th edition I could ally stuff together.
Yeah, lots of allying back then.
Yeah, and now
I did the same because I played a load of Chaos as well.
Yeah.
Now it's just easy and consistent, and if I ever put a display board together, I just need to worry about the one scheme, and then any army, if they're dwarves or goblins or Minas Tirith, they can all go on the same display board.
You're going to have to buy a lot of Astrogran.
Well, at that point, you can probably fudge the Astrogran, with maybe some sand and some grey paint.
That's what I think about it. If I ever do a display board, I'm gonna have to have a lot of pots of Tyrant Skull to dry brush the whole thing. Abdul says, I bought Tyrant Skull because of you. Good. Tyrant Skull. Everyone needs to buy Tyrant Skull so that it never leaves the range, because I'll be devastated if it goes.
Funnily enough, one of the steps in this is dry brushing with the lighter grey. And I, on the weekend, bought my first dry brush because I've just been using whatever old brushes that I have. But I was like, you know what? It's actually probably worth getting a proper dry brush for once.
Probably worth it, yeah. Look
maybe.
after it, though. Well, you don't really have to. It's a dry brush. Anyway, great work, Mr. Cochran. Well done. Starting a Terminatus Stone faction group. Terminatus Stone is another really good dry paint. The only reason I don't use it is because the first pot of Terminatus Stone I ever bought was awful. I don't know what had happened to it, but it was just in terrible, terrible condition. The second pot I bought was much better, because I bought one and it was awful, and I was like, ugh, and then I didn't touch it again for 6 months, and I was like, I'm going to buy another pot and let's see what it's like, and it was really good, but by that time I'd already transferred over to Tyrant Skull, and I was like, okay, cool. So I have a pot of Terminatus Stone, I just never use it. Before I used Tyrant Skull, interestingly enough, I used to dry brush all of my bases with Eldar Flesh. It's a weird one for everybody out there, but that's what I used to do. Anyway, thank you very much, Mr. Gordon. Right, now we move on to the contestants at home, and we kick things off with Cetonius, who has built and painted for us tonight to look at some Black Templar Sword Brethren. They are Sword Brethren, aren't they? Yes.
I believe so, yes.
Yes.
They're called Sword Brethren regardless of their weapons.
Yes. Everything's a sword if you put your mind to it, even if it's 3 small swords between your fingers.
Yeah. Yeah, no, these are lovely. I love the old, pale that you got on the cloaks there. The red's really nice as well.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, I don't think that basing is usually on there, so it's a wonderful addition to get a little bit more detail and more height on the bases.
There's a lot of cool work going there on the bases. I like the fallen pillars and stuff. They look excellent. It's very
nice.
It's very Black Templars reclaiming the shrine in many ways, which is very, very cool.
Yeah, which is such a vibe, especially for the Templars as well. It fits, absolutely fits their theme. So I really, really love that detail.
Yeah. Just seen Aiden says, I really like how muted the colours are. It makes them seem a lot more realistic. Agreed. Especially you've got this
especially combined with the basing.
Yeah, the basing. I was going to say the basing adds such a real element of realism to it. You look at I'm looking at the large picture in the top left. The pillar in particular is sort of almost, I don't know if Mike, you intended this or how much work has gone into it, but you've got this sort of gradient that's happening around each end of the
the stonework's really lovely on that.
Yeah, and that kind of really kind of situates it within a world, and then it kind of transposes that onto the miniatures as well, which is really, really great. It's a nice balancing effect here. Just cleaning my glasses. Okay.
Yeah, no, he's done a great job with these.
Right, glasses should be cleaned now. Yes, I can see. Excellent. Right, fantastic. Yeah, I also really like the eye lenses as well, just poking out in amongst that sort of the black armor.
Just a spot of colour.
Yeah, just a little spot of colour, just to act as a little kind of malevolence point, is what I would say. Black Templars are scary, man. You know, they're not nice people.
Oh yeah.
Very
much so.
Very. It says mild intent on the gradient, says Mike. I see. Yeah, I mean, look, you've executed so well.
Whatever happens, happens.
Currently painting up my third box of Sword Bros and having such a hard time with the caps and heraldry shield thingy. Oh, I see. I see the chest things. Yeah, I mean, look, I think Mike's done a great job on these ones here. Yeah, I never know what they're called. I'm sure somebody capes. He says, right? Okay, sorry. Yeah.
I call them tilting shields. I'm not sure if there's another more proper name for them, but I think it comes from the old sort of knights where it would like go like on their lance arm, I think, because if they've got a shield on one side, then they've got the other one on the other side. But please do correct us if we're wrong in the chat. If there's probably some experts out there who know them, but I've heard them called tilting shields before, so that's what I tend to refer to them as.
Yeah, I've called them that before as well, and also been yelled at.
Yeah, we're on the internet. That's what happens.
Yeah, well, I mean, I call pauldrons shoulder pads, which really irritates the internet. So,
but we all know them as like Space Marine shoulder pads, for example. Like,
exactly.
It's like it's a fairly common moniker at that point. I feel like
called pauldrons shoulder pads. Anyway, thank you very much, Mike. These are very, very pretty. Next up, we have Colonel of the 149th Death Corps of Krieg, who has produced for us a branch wraith, or one of them, branch witch or wraith, and a lot of dryads, and particularly
wraith because the witch is the one that's pointing forward and is a spellcaster.
Yeah, it's also not allowed in Age of Sigmar anymore. I can't remember which one it is. Yeah, one of them's gone. It's now back.
Changed it around a bit.
Yeah, it'll be in the Wood Elves faction, on a square base as it was intended. Colonel wanted to really point out the owl. His pennant spent a lot of time on it, and they it looks fantastic.
Spotted that owl. And it's a fantastic little touch. That doesn't come with the kit. Is that from like a Blood Bowl kit or just like a random other kit that you found? I mean, it fits perfectly in with having all the critters and creatures of the forest. But yeah, I wanted to point out here, obviously, lovely dark wood scheme, but all the pops of color really make it stand out. All the little bits of blue in the unit. But I really adore the basing that you've got here, all the different layers that you've put in of the forest floor and the flowers and the skull there on the character. Really makes that sort of basing very immersive and interesting. Yeah,
the grim dark forest by adding the scales.
Yeah,
skulls. And I like it a lot.
Well, it matches the wood and then all the skulls on the bases.
Yeah. And then, like you said, it was like the little pops of colour here and there. You've got the sort of the darker heart. I guess you'd call it heartwood versus the sort of new blooms of things like the scythe and the antlers. But then there's also like the little sort of sprite creatures here and there, just dotted around with the blue and stuff. It just really makes for a really cool set of miniatures. And it's painted a lot of them as well.
Yeah, very cool.
Yeah,
kind of almost reminds me a little bit of Pan's Labyrinth, like with the way the dryads' heads are sort of like curled around, and then a very sort of dark, menacing feel to them. Yeah,
no, I agree. It looks absolutely fantastic, Colonel. You've done a significant amount of work. It's in the old Glade Guard kit, if memory serves, says Alaric, and there you go. That's where the owl possibly comes from.
Ooh, okay, yeah.
I'm sure Colonel will appear at some point and tell us the answer. Or he might not. We shall find out in due course. Good evening, Tales from the Moustache. Good evening. Next up, we have more Stormcast Eternals and another Yndrasta. We have Tom Rob Ayres with Yndrasta the Celestial Spear, 3 Prosecutors, a Lord Vigilant on Gryffstalker, a Lord Terminos, and a Knight Vexilor with a Banner of Apotheosis.
Very cool. And again, some more incredible bases. Like after me explaining how I do just the same base every time, you guys are absolutely showing me up with all the amazing basing work that you've got going on and all the different layers. It's wonderful to see.
I the basing game in Tale of Many Warhipsters is off the charts.
Oh, it's insane.
Yeah, I don't know why I ever bother.
A hell of a done.
Yeah, I don't know why I ever bother filming doing my bases. It's just like these guys are so much better. But there we go. I really love this choice for the Celestial Vindicators Prosecutors for the Red Wings, because I think
the red really makes a big difference.
Yeah, it's really cool, and like it's one of the big question marks I think that comes up a lot of the time for Celestial Vindicators is they are ostensibly blue. And a lot of what you see from Games Workshop in particular on their prosecutors paint jobs and on the Knight Azeroth and all this kind of thing is that they've gone for blue flame on pretty much all of it, right? So it's like, well, what's the colour of that? You don't want it to be blue flame on a blue model. Like that's just too much blue. But to just go like whole hog into the red for the wing. For the feathers.
It's being framed by the gold as well, which you've got the gold in the armor and on the shields, so it ties everything together. So it's not just like, oh, here's a bit red and a bit of red. It's like the red matches really well with the gold, but then the gold matches really well with the turquoise, and it all flows together because you've got that linking element of the gold that goes from one end to the other.
Yeah, no, exactly. It's a real fiery. It's almost like it gives it the kind of Phoenician vibe. I think is the right term. It's Phoenix, right? It's the flame of the Phoenix, as it were.
When you say Phoenician, that's I think a historical thing as well. So I'm not sure if it's potentially used for referring to phoenixes as well, but like it's got Phoenix as the root of the word, so I guess.
Yeah, what I mean is it they feel like a phoenix.
Yes, I totally understood, and then my brain went off in a different direction as well, because I was like, that word means a different thing as well as that, I think.
Adapted your Vindicators recipe for the other guys. I love it, thank you. Oh, Tom, I love it as well. Celestial Vindicators are dope. They're really nice.
Really nice colour scheme.
You've done a cracking job. I really like the red on your Lord Terminos's cape. It's very, 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 very pretty.
I was just thinking that it's a lovely, rich red there, and some great highlights.
Yeah, no, great stuff. Really,
so red can be a bit awkward to highlight at some times. Like you've also gone for the deeper red here, and then chosen the richer red as that highlight there. But if you just start with like a more sort of like mid-tone red, it can be hard to highlight up without either going into pink or like an orange, which is perfectly fine, but it doesn't get quite the same effect as you got here, where it's a lovely, like, really rich, intense red, and it's just red, basically. Yeah. But yeah, you need the right paint to highlight with.
Yeah, that's perfect. Perfect stuff. Really, really well done. Lovely stuff, Tom. Next up, we have No Skill Painter, once again demonstrating their complete mastery of skills, with a Claw Lord on Norbeast. And I want to pay special attention here to the glaive. I mean, look, the whole thing is gorgeous.
Very much so.
Look at the glow on that glaive. Oh, it's crispy.
Oh, I mean, it's just, very much so. It's because it's, not that big of a weapon at the end there. So to get that full transition, that glow effect from just like the bits of like yellow and green that you've used, but then fading out quite quickly to get that darker green in there as well. It's gorgeous. And I mean, the whole composition looks like it's, walked straight out of White Dwarf. It's, painted impeccably. Really, really lovely job.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful. You can see as well, like, I really love this kind of battered brass collar around the Norbeast's neck as well. You got the kind of there's almost there's verdigris options in there, tinting in there. But if you look in the little picture on the right hand side, there's a glow to that flesh. That is just divine. It's beautiful. It's very, very, very
just
beautiful.
Like the perfect sort of tones of just like slightly a little bit too sort of like sick, and like you said, the tones of flesh and like the subtle gradients that you've got going, a little bit more sort of purplish around like the actual Nor of the Norbeast, and like just a little subtle transitions from like the flesh which is, and the skin and all the fur, which is kind of decaying, but then you transition subtly into the flesh colors as well. And yeah, I mean, just wonderfully sort of like really subtle, but amazing work that you've got going on across all the different skin gradients.
Yeah, it's very, 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 very pretty. I'm very, very, very envious
so pretty.
of this. It's beautiful.
Like I said, this looks like something out of White Dwarf. It's incredible.
Ripped from the pages and annals of history. I get like it's like the red of the armor looks like it just looks like it's captured that essence of I guess you got like kind of arterial red, essentially, which is if you listen to any Black Library books, they always say arterial red all the time. They say it all the time. It comes. Like they say, he was clad in armor of arterial red. Yeah. It's that right there. That's it. It's divine. Absolutely divine. Yes. Very good. Well done. Skill painter. This entire series of Tale of Many Warhipsters is designed to convince you to change your name. I believe.
Pretty much.
No, excellent work. All right, next up we have Cloud2466, who has just painted a huge amount of miniatures. Okay, so we have basically the entire contents of the Bloodborne game. All right, that's the top. That's the top
is that
part.
where it's from?
Yeah, we have two more, because I think Cloud showed us some of these last season. Two more Iron Maiden miniatures. One, I believe the Grim Reaper, if I've got this right, is the one on the left-hand side, is from the cover of Dance with Death. I can't remember what the mummy is from, but we also have a Ultramarines Redemptor Dreadnought as well, just as a little additional
as you do
on the end. Yeah,
it's just a tiny little dreadnought. It's fine.
Yeah, just a little guy. Power Slave. There you go. That's sort of from. This is Ricky Driggs paints. But yeah, check it out. I mean, I was delighted to see a Bloodborne miniatures because I adore that.
It's funny.
Game.
I've listened to a bunch of the music from Bloodborne, but I've never actually played the game. It's been on my list for a while. But yeah, I've only heard good things about it. And I think this might have been you or someone else was describing the mechanics of how it works as well. But yeah, these look wonderful and weird and probably horrific as well. It looks like you've done a great job on these.
Good hunter. I love it. Justice for Bloodborne. It's the game that is on PlayStation's roster that needs to be remastered more so than anything else because it's locked at 30 FPS, Rich. It's awful to play, especially when you can when you have a PC that can pump 200 frames per second into a monitor that's 120 hertz and then you're locked at 30. It's like ugh. It's horrid. But
I'm still playing games from 10 years ago. I've still got original Skyrim on my Xbox 360 because I'm still working through all that sort of stuff. But yeah, so I'm sure it doesn't compare to modern.
It felt like a once in a generation game playing Bloodborne because it was different to Dark Souls and Demon Souls. It was a step away where it kind of there's an interesting thing. I'm going to go into a From Software now thesis. There's an interesting thing with Bloodborne in that Bloodborne feels like it's the culmination of how they want you to play their games. And if you can treat Dark Souls 1 and Demon Souls as being like your practice to get you up to the confidence that is required playing Bloodborne, because you
had to go in constantly, didn't you?
Yeah. You don't play Bloodborne hiding behind a shield. No, you can't. It doesn't work. I loved Bloodborne, and it because it because it encourages you to actually, dodge and parry and all this kind of thing, and there's lots of mechanics in the game that encourage you to be aggressive and fast. It does end up actually feeling like it's easier. So if you play Bloodborne and then go back and do Dark Souls, you play it in a completely different way, and you're like, oh yeah, this is how you play the game. So yeah, but no, it was a real delight to see all of this, Cloud, and I think you've done a spectacular job on it. It made me very nostalgic for playing Bloodborne again. And I was thinking about like the first time I went through it, and I remember like I didn't struggle a lot with that game, but I remember really hating fighting the Vicar Amelia boss. I don't know why. It's just every so often you have one boss where you're just like, nope, I can't do this, whatever reason. It's not a hard boss, but yeah, just couldn't do it.
Yeah.
But yeah. Yes, it's absolutely spectacular. I mean, you've done great work on all the rest of it, but it was a real treat to see all of this, Cloud, honestly. Thank you so much for it. Excellent stuff. Real excellent stuff. Next up, we must move on, otherwise we're going to end up talking about Bloodborne for the next... for the next 2 hours, and that's not always busy. So, next up, we have Chewie with Highfleet Olifeast? I'm not. He's done it on purpose, I think. There is a reason. Because it's Chewie always names things for reasons. But also, I think Chewie takes great delight in us butchering the pronunciation of stuff. Do you know how to pronounce that?
I can only guess, and my guess is about as good as yours. So, Olifeist, maybe.
I believe it is a creature of eldritch legend. So he hasn't made it up. But I just have no idea how to pronounce it.
Not one that I've come across before. So do let us know how we are butchering it and how it should be pronounced.
Yeah, but here we go. It's we've got 2 Broodlords, 2 different versions of the Broodlord as well, and many Gene Stealers. I think one of them is the one that you can get now, and one of them is the one from the what's it called? Space Hulk.
The Gene Stealer Cult one, perhaps, maybe, or Cult. Yeah,
maybe
Space Hulk.
Maybe there is the Gene Stealer Patriarch, isn't there? And then there is the Broodlord. That might be it. Actually.
Yeah, which does look very similar to the Broodlord. So I think you can probably get away with using one for the other. Yeah, I love the repurposing of Marching for Macragge as well, because obviously people have been doing March for Macragge and posting all their Ultramarines, but gotta have some Tyranids.
It's
for that Macragge.
We're mad. We're marching for Macragge. Tyranids. It's very good. I love it. I love this scheme. I like the warmer yellow of the bodies, to be honest. I think that's a really interesting touch.
As well.
Yeah, it's very different.
Well, it's especially leaning into that yellowish tones more as the complementary color or the opposite color on the color wheel to purple, really sort of playing that up. But because you've gone more of a neutral yellow, it doesn't clash quite as much as just pure yellow, pure purple does. But you still get that wonderful sort of contrast and play between them.
Yeah. There's a really nice balancing that's gone on here. Like it's very bright across both main colors, and that really works. As like I said, they're balanced against each other, which just makes for a really interesting combination. Because obviously you could either make the purple darker and make the yellow warmer and brighter, or you can make the yellow darker, moving more towards almost like a dark bone color, and make the purple brighter. But they're both bright, and therefore they sit opposite each other and work so much as they're very complementary of one another in terms of the balancing of tone and warmth. So it makes for a very, very, very cool scheme. It's very, very nice. I like it a lot.
Yeah, very nice.
Yeah.
And then also just like a couple of pops of green on the base is actually a really lovely accent color as well.
Yeah. It's just it's enough to. I mean, look, we've already said it. The base in game is on point. always in Tale of Many Warhipsters, but just throwing that little bit of green in there. Green works so well with purple, but to not have it as part of the scheme, but on the base is a really nice subtle, like you said, a pop of colour, a little spot colour to have in amongst the sea of bugs, which I am sure this will turn into, knowing what Chewie's like.
Yeah, well, you've gone for like a very sort of like black and grey claws, which is often like the third place for colours on a Tyranids model. But then if you're looking for that extra spot colour, it's like, well, how can I fit this in? Basing is a great way to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's lovely stuff. Lovely stuff. Thank you very much, Chewie. Next up, we have an entire spearhead painted by Tattooed Zoologist in the form of 3 Man-Crusher Gargants. One with a nod, 2 with a nod to God of War, naturally. But there's some really lovely conversion work going on here. I really like the use of the Stormcast shields as a hat and as a bracer. Was it a vape bracer or is it Van Bracer? No, Van Bracer is somewhere else, isn't it? Bracer is on the forearm.
Yeah, I think I always get confused between braces and greaves, but I think it's braces on the arms and greaves on the legs, I think.
Yeah, greaves I think go on your shins.
Yeah.
Zeus says laminate. Yeah, exactly. Good old Kratos.
But yeah, I love the Johan on the Skull Club on the second miniature as well.
Yeah,
it's like it's just been tied there, gonna get bashed.
Yep. Lovely deep red. I agree. It is a lovely red. It's very fleshy red. It's very, very well done. But I really like the pale flesh on the one on the left and in the middle.
Yeah,
really,
that's sort
really
of like
cool
almost like chalky white flesh. Like it's not chalky because the paint's chalky. You've got like that feeling of chalkiness as if it's been like painted on, or it's that sort of chalkier skin. But it comes across really well because you can see all the details and all the grey bits that you've got showing through there in the shadows. And then contrasted against a really lovely sort of rich red, they perfectly complement each other.
Yeah, it's like it's that sort of slight nod to I really liked, I don't know if you remember them, the Gorger Moor pack when they came out.
Yes.
They're all like, they're very, very pale on account of all the cannibalism.
Yeah.
So it's very, very cool. No, it's excellent work, Tattoo Zoologist, and also well done for getting 3 done in a month. That's impressive.
It is quite literally mad.
That is March Madness.
I feel like we've got to see a lot of that today, where people have just done so much.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. We've got a lot going on here. No, excellent stuff, Tattoo Zoologist. Seriously, well done. Right, and as I said, it's an entire spearhead, so there you go. Next up, we have Lacuva with some, I think the Oceanic, I think is what it's called, miniatures. Sent me these 3 collages of all 3 of the miniatures. They're very, very interesting. I really like the one at the bottom. It's I'm getting some serious, like, almost like, I get a lot of Crisis vibes from this. From this stuff. And I like it a lot. I'm very, very intrigued. So if Lacuva, if you're here, do let us know a little bit more about it. But yeah, I'm a big fan of
these minis before.
No, I've not seen them before either. There's like elements of Infinity. I'm pretty certain they're from Infinity. Yeah. There's just a lot of kind of pop culture, science fiction references that puts me in mind, like elements of Metal Gear Solid and stuff that are in there, which is very, very cool.
Yep.
I just love the tones of firstly of the blue, but just offset with the black and the little pops of white here and there. It's just very, very, very cool. It's very, very nice. Very futuristic feel, says Street P.
Definitely. It reminds me of like if humans were Tau, or if Tau were humans. It kind of gives that vibe, crossed with like you said, that sort of Metal Gear Solid futuristic soldier. So it's still got like more ties to like present day soldiers as well, rather than just 40k. But I guess that's potentially more of Infinity's aesthetic. But yeah, I love the choice of colors here, the little pops of white and red, as you mentioned. Yeah, just gotta love those spot colors to really sort of bring definition and detail.
Yeah.
And you can see where it outline like the shoulder or the knee pads and such, or like just bits of pops of color on the armor can make a miniature a lot more readable, because otherwise you could look at these and get lost between like the black and the turquoise. But just having those little extra elements in the right places can really lend that sort of readability, so you can understand the model a little bit better. So yeah, I love it.
Yeah, Lacuva is here and says they are Infinity minis. Pan O are the face faction. And there you go. They're really, really impressive. It's good stuff. It's really good stuff. I like them a lot. It's a very different type of science fiction, isn't it, to 40k? You don't, like 40k is a lot of, it's kind of a more of a. It doesn't have a steampunk vibe, but it kind of does. It's a lot more kind of advanced. It's would you say brutalist? It's a lot more practical in terms of the science fiction. Like if you think of like the Imperium of Man has tanks that have tracks, which is just a very like retro in terms of
Yeah, if you're talking about sci-fi, yeah, a lot of science fiction will be like, oh, here's like the hovering thing, where it's like, nope, we're down in the dirt and we're moving forward, as we did back in like World War One, World War Two. Yeah. Here are my tires, here are my tracks, we're going forward.
Yeah.
I feel like
much more
40k has a variety of different aesthetics in it, which is why I reference towers. They do have all the sort of floating, grav, sleek, sort of tanks that you would see and you might associate with other, different science fiction, like atmospheres or vibes. And I think the Votan as well, again, have another different vibe as well. So you kind of get a mix of a lot of different things in 40k. But I get, these, aren't quite as like grim, dark, and brutal as some of the 40k stuff.
Yeah, it just reads as like really neat science fiction. It's the kind of thing I really into. I like it a lot. It's my I just really enjoy it. So really nice stuff. Thank you, Lacuva. Next up, inspired by the Cathay preview, and we have Joshua Holmes with some old Cathay miniatures. We have Li Dao, Master of the Burning Winds. We have Grand Cathay Gate Master / Elven Mercenary, and Astromancer Lo Pan, I think. But yeah, check these out. They're pretty cool, right?
Yeah, very cool. Are these like official 40k, not 40k, Warhammer miniatures? Like, did they do Cathay a long time ago, and now you're revisiting that, or were these like third-party miniatures? I don't know enough about Cathay and sort of the history of sort of old world.
I don't know
fantasy to know.
I don't know.
Either way, they're very cool.
Very, very cool. I love the jade on the Li Dao miniature on the left on the weapon. I think it's beautiful.
And the transition you've got going on Lopan's sort of like magic, or whatever he's casting, or also bringing out of the lantern there. It's a very cool transition there.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's very, very, very nice. The orange with the white and green all go so nicely, says Street Beat. I agree.
You do. Again, you don't see that many like orange color schemes. Obviously, we saw some in the previous seasons of Tales with it was something of Maha, wasn't it?
The Knights of Maha.
The full name. Knights of Maha. That's it. But yeah, like apart from that, orange isn't actually that well used, and I think putting on a dragon miniature is a perfect way to use it.
Yeah, no, I agree. The orange gets second most painful color to paint award behind white. Well, with contrast paint now.
I mean, everyone used to say yellow, but these days people are producing really great yellows with contrast. Yeah. So maybe orange takes the next place.
These feel so very feudal Japan. I love them so much. So then, yeah, they do. They really capture that kind of, sort of ancient Eastern with the color scheme that's on display here. like keeping things bright and all this kind of thing, whilst also having the sort of the darker pops here and there. So it's that kind of thing. It's a really well really well put together set of complementary colours.
It's a really well balanced colour scheme, I think.
Yeah.
Because, like you said, with the darker, like the blacks that you've got going on versus then the sort of really pale sort of grey kind of cream colour, offset with the orange and the green, all go well together in a way that's actually quite well balanced.
Yeah. No, excellent stuff, Joshua. Well done. Lovely to see. Next up, we have Iffy with a project that we talked about like a couple of months ago. Undead Cadians. These are really cool.
These are so cool.
We have the Cadian Castellan and a unit of shock troops, and they look perfect.
They do, don't they? They are utterly perfect in all the conversions that you've done for them. I mean, you let us know, like, if you had to like drill out the helmets, or you just created new helmets, or just found skeleton heads with helmets on them. I'm not sure the technique that you used, but yeah, I love the conversion work. Obviously, all the bits, like even you can see like one of the soldiers, bit of exposed leg there. We've just got like the knee of a skeleton leg that you can see. All those little details are just so fun to find on miniatures when you're looking at them, but also a perfectly like grubby paint job, which just so suits their decomposed nature.
Yeah.
So yeah, just wonderful, perfect sort of right choice of color scheme for these miniatures.
Yeah, it's perfect. Like the balancing of conversion work that's going on here, right? So like, it's enough to make it seem like they were almost what would you say? Who were almost vaporized in their clothes, as it were, during whatever befell these individuals, or just left to rot in full gear in this, that, and the other. But my point being is that I like how like the helmets and stuff, like the heads are kind of slumped in the helmets and this, that, and the other. I like that you've got the occasional like full leg showing, the occasional foot here and there, and stuff like that. But they do feel like they're kind of filling these outfits, and that they were once fully occupied by a human, but that human has lost a considerable amount of body mass. I love this because it's not the other way around where it's skeletons with bits of Imperial stuff put on. It's Cadians that are all very dead. They read exactly how you want them to read, and they look amazing. and like you said, this job really accentuates it.
This is the very epitome of Cadia fell before the guard did.
Yes.
Even if Cadia goes, the Cadians will still fight on.
Cadia
to
stands.
Whatever end.
Cadia always stands forever. No, I love it. I really love it. I think this is perfect.
I love themed armies like this. They're just so much fun.
Yeah, it's great. I kind of want to see. I don't want to put any pressure on you, Iffy, but I want to see you do a sentinel like this, but not an armored sentinel.
Ooh, yeah.
A scout sentinel with just the Cadian just in it, just slopped into the seat. Really, the Sentinel's doing all the work. The machine spirit's the only thing that's doing anything. But I like it.
Or you could have a whole quarter of the cab missing, and then a little interior bit as well. You could. Yeah. Couldn't just be you could just have tanks that are a little bit ruined, a little bit wrecked, and you don't have to then do all the undead stuff on the inside. But I think it'll be so much more fun to have a quarter of the cab missing, and then it's this little diorama on the inside where there's an undead. Cadian piloting it.
Yeah.
No pressure, obviously, because that's a lot of work.
Just get on with it. I'm joking. No, it's fantastic. And like you said, I mean, I think the paint job here really just has really enhanced exactly the vibe you're going for. It's beautifully grimdark and lovely. I love it. Really well done. Top work. Next up, with a skeleton crew. I see. Just a Lehman Russ chassis with a skeleton crew. Very good. Very good. My Rogel Dawn's
very good pun.
My Rogel Dawn tank's rear gunner has no legs. He's holding onto the large machine gun for dear life as just a torso with arms. I love it. I can't wait to see it.
That's the thing that's just perfect.
Yeah, no, excellent stuff. Awesome. Right, we must move on. Next up, we have Steve with a Luminarch of Hysh. Yes.
Lovely, yeah. I haven't seen these for a while.
I love this. I love this one, and I love the other one that you can build out. I think it's in the same kit, the Celestial Hurricanum. I love how stupid this miniature is.
Just put a big thing on a cart and drag it by some horses.
Yeah, let's go. It's a massive set of focusing lenses that fires the pure sunlight at the enemy, whilst having a bunch of people talk about how great Sigmar is to encourage it. It's so fantastic. I love it. It's so nice.
Utterly bonk. Like, just it's perfectly reflective of how bonkers Age of Sigmar and Warhammer can get.
Well, it was a Warhammer Fantasy original.
Yeah, no, I remember.
What I love about it, though, and I love that it survived, is how much of the kind of iconography and stuff that exists on the Celestial Hurricanum and the Luminarch of Hysh that has been taken forward into the cities of Sigmar. So stuff like the wheels there, all those twin-tailed comets and things like that, the little kind of shields with the particular stylized S and stuff on it. It's all still very prevalent in newer miniatures, which is just praise the sun. Speaking of FromSoft, I love it. But I think this is just expertly painted. It's really, really cool. It's very ambitious to do the white cab of the Luminarch, and you've done it excellently well. It looks fantastic. I love the blue shading on it. That's always a lovely thing to see, and the focusing lenses as well in the yellow they're just divine. They're lovely.
Yeah, the gradients that you've got going on the yellow just sort of perfectly sell that narrative of the light coming through. But even like the little details, like all the candles where you've got the flames kind of perfectly going up into like that sort of darker point there as well, and then all the planets in just slightly sort of brighter colors around the outsides as well. Yeah, no, there's so many details on this miniature that are just perfectly done. Like little writing on all those purity seals.
Yeah, no, I love it. It's excellent stuff. It is not like an old miniature. You just keep finding more details. There you go, Steve. Most of the color recipes were found trawling. He says most of the color recipes were found trawling Warhipster videos. Well, there you go.
There you go. You've done enough of them now that you can probably find just about anything.
I haven't even painted one, and you're doing an excellent job on it. No, it's great. It's great stuff, Steve. You should be really pleased with this one. I love it. Also, well done. Just well done for doing a Luminarch of Hysh. It's easy to not do the old miniatures because of how many gorgeous new ones they make all the time. But yeah, I love this. I love these models. I love them. Lovely. Yeah, that's great. Awesome. Right. Yes, we must move on to the next one. Next up, we have Jonathan Justin with a lot of Flamers of Tzeentch, like an uncomfortable amount of Flamers of Tzeentch.
We've seen some great flamers, but these absolutely join their ranks. I love that. Just the colors he's chosen here. Perfectly fit into the Tzeentch theme, but some lovely sort of detail and gradients, and the shading between them as well. Yeah, I mean, what's not to love?
Yeah,
get some good old demons on your table,
especially the flamers. The Scourge of 9th edition. Ooh.
They were perhaps a bit strong, some might say.
Just a touch. I'm sorry, everybody. I just just accidentally kicked my. I not to distract from Tale of Many Warhipsters, but yesterday I did something really dodgy to my two of my toes, and I just knocked it, and it really hurt.
Oh no.
Yeah, I
Hope they're all right.
yeah. Oh, it was awful. Ow. Oh, sorry about that. I also don't know why I'm sharing that, other than I'm on camera, so if I'm wincing, that's why. I've really hurt.
Yeah.
Really hurt two of my toes. Doing that terrible thing of walking yesterday, so that was good. Yeah, no, I like these a lot. I really like the I like the sort of the paleness of the flames, with the purple of the heads going into the blue of the bodies. I like that kind of that 3 in a row kind of breakup of the entire vibe of the piece.
Yeah,
it's very nice.
but it's the flames having that slight green tint, almost like that bluey greenness to it, rather than just being pure blue. That really differentiates them from like the not quite the cloak, but like the body of the flamer itself. Having the green flame really makes it stand out, rather than just being a pale blue.
Yeah, agreed. Who casts stub toe? No, it wasn't as bad as that. It's I don't know if anyone gets squeamish about these sort of things. I don't want to go into it too much. But yeah, I did a bad thing, and I'm paying for it now on my feet. Editor, cut that out. No, well, unfortunately, we're doing it live. We're doing it live. No, these are really good, Jonathan. I love them a lot. Nicely done. Best sit down for longer and paint some minis while you wait for it to heal. Yeah, it's probably for the best. Shouldn't do anything stupid like walking anywhere. That would be awful for me. Although I do have to start training.
No, who walks these days?
This is so dumb. I said this to Alice earlier, and I'm going to say something now that's going to make me sound awful. I said to Alice earlier, I think I probably need to start training for UK Games Expo. I sit down a lot, so I need to move more, but having hurt my toe.
Look, you and me both. Yeah. Work is spent all day, just sitting down. You come home, you paint, and that's also sitting down. So yeah, could definitely stand to do a little bit more walking.
Exactly. I sit for a living. That's what I do. Anyway, thank you very much, Jonathan. Next up, we have Vessel Function with a Vandus Hammerhand. Ooh. The man himself.
I mean, that is a big hammer.
It is a big hammer.
But yeah, I mean, really love that sort of slightly more muted, or more sort of like a gold that's got a little bit of brown to it as well. It gives that kind of very earthy tone, which obviously then perfectly matches with the sort of more earthy sort of ochre basing that you've got going on. So it reflects both really, really well. And then just like a slightly more muted like reds and brown and blues in there really sort of lends that color, or sort of blends that color scheme together. So it's really nice. Yeah,
I agree. He's a I say this about most Stormcast miniatures. He is a favourite of mine. It's one of the most power metal miniatures that Games Workshop's ever made. And it was the main character that led AOS 1. Well, in the core box at least. There was him and the Lord Relictor, who was also quite power metal. But this guy does look like he belongs on the front cover of an Iron Maiden album or something like that. I always enjoy seeing it. I love to see it. And as the chat is saying there, the gold armor looks amazing, very bright and clean. The blue is magical, says Groatone. And what was it? I saw it as well. God, the whites people are doing are so crisp today, says Laminated Pigeon. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
You're really crushing it. Just putting in the work, and he's just a beautiful miniature. He's so good, says James. Yeah, I agree.
Also, all those like recessed letters as well. They're just perfectly picked out. And then, there's quite a few of them across the miniature, but it's just, those extra details that you've put a little bit of extra more sort of contrast with the dark colours in there, or even have them different colours completely with some of the banners. It really makes that sort of those details stand out and makes the figure even more imposing than it already was.
Yeah, I love Vander's Hammerhound. I really do. He's perfect. And this is a wonderful rendition of it, so thank you very much for sharing it with a special function. Lovely stuff. But we must move on, because next up we have James Minis with an Inquisitor Greyfax.
Ooh, very nice. I mean, this is... I've owned one of these as well in the past, and there is a lot of detail on quite a small miniature here, so kudos to you for pretty much picking out it all, including those swirls on the back of the cave as well. Yeah, I mean, there's so much going on in this miniature, and it is so small because this is just like the size of a regular guardsman, but completely adorned with everything.
Yeah,
as an Inquisitor should be. But yeah, you've done a wonderful job here.
Yeah. I love how moody it is. Like the Inquisition are quite moody people, and when Greyfax turns up in Rise of the in Fall Acadia, at the end of Fall Acadia, towards the end of Fall Acadia, shan't spoil how she turns up. She's very moody about it then, and is very cross and very suspicious of everything that's happening around. But you've captured that kind of like I said, the moodiness of the Inquisition. It's that sort of that more kind of malevolent part of the Imperium of man. And like you said there, Rich, it's just insanely adorned with drip. Like there's every inch of it has just got detail all over it. It's not an easy miniature to paint. So she is a challenge to do, like you said as well, especially at that scale. And yeah. I can't remember if the swirls on the cape are sculpted or if that's been freehanded.
I can't remember either. I have a feeling maybe it's a recess or something like that. But I honestly can't remember. Either way, it's very impressive though, regardless of whether it's drawn on and existed or whether it's freehand. If it's freehand, it's even more impressive. But yeah, it's wonderful either way. And I love that you've gone for a slightly darker or silver that's almost sort of verging on sort of like a dark grey or a black there. Like Josh said, it sort of goes with that sort of even more moody, atmospheric vibe that you've got going on.
It is sculpted detail, but it's recessed detail. It's not the other one. That's impressive then. I love it a lot, especially to do that with white in a red cape. That is very, very, very cool.
Yeah,
that is very cool. Well done, James. No, excellent stuff. But there we go. Awesome. This is the exact colour scheme I'm going for. Reminds me a lot from the Inquisitor from Dawn of War 2 Retribution. Oh yeah, that's a good one.
Black and red.
Yeah. Lovely stuff. Thank you, James. Next up, we have... There was a reference to this individual in one of our group chats the other day, Rich, which made me laugh when I saw it. Next up, we have Croatone with Cetra.
What's his full name, Josh?
Hang on. We'll be here a while.
Might take you a second to pull it up.
We'll be here a while.
He has very, very many long names.
We have Cetra, the Great King, the Imperishable, Kemikara, the Great King of Nehekara, King of Kings, Opener of the Way, Wielder of the Divine Flame, Punisher of Nomads, the Great Unifier, Commander of the Golden Legion, Sacred of Appearance, Bringer of Light, Father of Hawks, Builder of Cities, Protector of the Two Worlds, Keeper of the Hours, Chosen of Petra, High Steward of the Horizon, Sailor of the Great Vitae, Sentinel of the Two Realms, the Undisputed, Begetter of the Begat, Scourge of the Faithless, Carrion Feeder, First of the Charnel Valley, and many, 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 many more. We shan't do all.
That's like a
them.
pretty humble guy.
Yeah, just a few.
Just a couple of names.
I believe Croatoan said this has mostly gone in as the submission because it drove him mad painting it or building it.
Yeah.
I
I mean, if you didn't do that in some assemblies as well, I can see like painting that would also drive you mad. And obviously, it's an older sculpt as well, and some of those go together in a bit of sort of awkward ways. But yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
wonderful work though here. Like all the extra details of the blues and the reds really, really pop there. Skin is lovely and pale, and yeah, the whole thing just looks like this little mini diorama with all the horses galloping forward.
Yeah, it's really, really well done. I have a Cetra to do, but ever since you said that it was awful to build and put together, I've been like, yeah, that's another reason for me to not put that up the time.
That tracks.
Up the. There's even more names we could do, even more, but
I'm sure.
I like one of them, which is
And many more.
I love one of them, which is Caller of the Bitter Wind. Fine.
Yeah. Need a bit of wind. I'm gonna get it for you.
That the amount of green stuff I had to use. Oh no, was it that awful?
Man.
That model is too small
Wow.
for that many names. Oh, there are thousands of names, but the thing you need to most remember is that Cetra does not pay taxes. That's really all you need to remember. He does not pay
taxes are paid to him if he's the High King, right?
True. Good grief, did Terry Pratchett name him? It might as well have been. Yeah, he's a funny character. I do love him. He also he's fantastic as well. I recommend, if you don't know much about Cetra, go and read about Cetra, because Cetra is the undisputed best dude in Warhammer Fantasy, to me anyway. I think he's a really compelling character, and I think Crotype, despite the fact that it's driven you mad to build and paint it, you've done an incredible job on Cetra. James said, "So he's a billionaire?" Yes. Manipulator of the stock market.
In Warhammer Fantasy terms, yeah.
Yeah, no, he is. No, really well done, Croto. Honestly, it's
it's lovely to see some. I was just going to say it's lovely to see some old world models as well. I mean, we've seen that there's been a load of previews, including obviously Cathay, coming for old world, and it really feels like the game is like almost all the factions are just about to be released or finish off being released, and it's going to be like a fully fledged sort of complete game. And yeah, it seems like a really, really exciting time to be playing some old world.
Yeah. It also made me realise I really like Sotek Green. Sotek Green is a lovely paint. It is a lovely paint. But yeah, I love all of your choices of colours here. But I particularly love the gold of the chariot. That's really nice gold. It's really nice gold.
It is, yeah.
Yeah. No, well done. Well done. Seriously, well done. Love it. Thank you very much for sharing Cetra with us. But we must move on. Next up, we have Conic Melter with some Emperor's Children Tormentors. The Emperor's Children.
People have got their hands on them.
Oh yeah, they're coming. They're coming in force.
I bet. And these are very cool. I love the shade of that sort of like pinky purple that you've gone for. Green offsets that perfectly. Let's put a little bit of gold in there as well, which is offset by the base, or sort of mirrored in the base. Yeah, some wonderfully mad fleshy detail as well on the face there. Yeah. I mean, these are looking wonderful.
Cleaving a little closer to their more traditional Legion colours, which I like to see. I'm really excited to see a lot of what you guys are going to do with Emperor's Children, because I mean, obviously they're pretty new. They're the new kids on the block, as it were. But I
feel like their color scheme is like less set in stone than other legions, so I feel like there's more room to play around with them, because every time you see an Emperor's Children army, people have always painted them slightly different. So it's always really great to see sort of what people have come up with for their own scheme.
Yeah, and they're often described as being like a riot of color and different things. So like, I think one of my favorite things about them as an army is you don't have to do them all the same the same way. You can borrow from a bunch of the different ones that are in the color suite in the codex. There's the things that I've done videos on it. There's the Constrictus, there's the Glittering Myriad, the Threnodic Choir, and all this kind of thing as options to do more stuff with them. And if you just want to do a bunch of other stuff with them in a single army, it really works for them because that's how they work. And these are great. I really like that shade of purple. I haven't seen a Emperor's Children scheme yet that I didn't like, which I think shows is testament to how good the army is, and the palette that you can use with the army. Well, I mean, you can do anything you want, but no, I think these are great.
But
I really like them.
Yeah, great combo, and the miniatures for them, the new ones, are lovely, and there's loads of customization, and interesting to see not only the custom paint jobs but also any of the custom conversions that people come up with.
Yeah, I really like the pinkiness that's happening on this sword that's at the bottom here, but also on the icon on the backpack, on the one on the bottom in the middle.
Yep.
I love that colour.
Emblem of the national icon of slash.
Yeah. It's great. I really like it. If you're here, Conic Melter, can you tell us how you did that? Because I really, really like that colour, and I want to nick it for something.
Yeah, no, it looks lovely.
No, it's great. It's great stuff. Thank you very much. Next up, if you could let us know, Conic Melter, if you're here. I saw you in the chat earlier, but I'm not sure if you're still here. But thank you. Next up, we have Avelion with, we have more Tomb Kings. And then we have, what is it called? War Machine. Is it War Machine? It is War Machine. Maybe. Battletech, yeah, it's probably more like
anytime I see the blocky robots, my immediate guess is Battletech. I don't know War Machine that much to be able to recognize their figures as well. But yeah, do let us know if they're not on Battletech and they are from something else.
I was about to say
Tomb Kings.
I was about to say Alaric is in the chat. He always knows. And he says back on Battletech.
See, this is the joys and the pitfalls of you guys submitting all the different miniatures. Is they look amazing, and it's always great to see new miniatures that we haven't or aren't familiar with. At the same time, we're maybe not going to get the names right, but that's all part of the education process. So please do let us know.
Yeah, I really like the schemes though here. I particularly like that green and red in the top.
Alaric
left.
has said Battletech.
Yeah, Battletech. I really like it. I'm completely unfamiliar, so I don't know if these are faction based at all. I'm sure they are. But I really like that tone of green that's on the in the set in the top left.
Yeah,
it's great.
But also,
it's
like
really
the
great.
combination of the greens, the whites, the reds. It kind of almost reminds me of like Retro's 90s, like Transformers color schemes, where you've got those clearly defined sort of like brighter reds and then the white as well. I mean, they're great combo of colors, but just the way you've laid them out on the robots, again, makes them a little more readable and makes them a bit more interesting. So I really love them.
Yeah, it's really, really pretty. And the Tomb Guard is what they're called, bottom right, I believe, because they're the slightly more fancy Tomb Kings. You see, they're not skeleton warriors.
Yeah, that really makes sense with the headdresses and such.
I'm pretty certain those are called Tomb Guard. I like them. I like them a lot. Again, the blue and white here on display as a combination is very, very cool.
Yeah, very nice.
Thousands of colour schemes because of great houses, clans, and mercenaries. Oh, there you go. It's very difficult for me to keep track of all of these miniatures forever and ever. They are. I'm pretty certain that those are in fact Tomb Guards down there in the bottom right. Because having just looked it up. But there we go. And again, I also like as a little bit of a reference to Warhammer 40,000, the black and red combination for the Battletech robot BattleBots, we'll just call it, in the bottom left. It's a classic. I love it. It's reminiscent of Blood Angels and Death
Oh,
Company,
yeah.
and that's that and the other, isn't it?
I think Black and Red, especially when Black's the sort of primary, always has that menacing vibe to it that just makes them look, you know, a little bit meaner on the table, in a good way, in terms of like, these guys are not here to mess around.
Agreed. I like it a lot. Eventually, I will branch out into other gaming systems, and maybe BattleTech will be one of those. We'll have to see what happens.
I mean, it was great to see all the different game systems that are on offer at Salutes the other day. There was only a couple that were like, "Ooh, these look interesting." I'm not sure if I'm ready to jump into a whole other system just yet, but there was definitely some very cool miniatures out there.
Yeah, and that's something I'm excited about going to UK Games Expo for. I think like seeing I mean, we've seen a couple of BattleTech submissions, obviously, to Tale of Many Warhipsters. What I think I'm excited about with UK Games Expo is being able to see other people interacting and enjoying things that aren't Warhammer. I think that will help me be inspired to do other stuff other than Warhammer, as it were, because
yeah, for sure.
You know, I'll see like something like a really cool board game, like the Elden Ring board game, for example. That's just come out, or the Bloodborne board game, which we've seen tonight already. You see them and you go, "That's really sick. I'd love to get that." But then I go, "Oh, but I don't have anyone to play that with, so I'm not going to do it."
Yeah,
so I do need to.
Yeah, it's always the thing of like, you look at something and go, "Wow, that's amazing. I really want to play that." But then you have to ask yourself a secondary question. It's like, who am I going to play that with? Can I convince like these people to play it? I reckon I can get that person into playing it. Yeah. Or, you know, if you're choosing between different things, it's like, well, like this, I really like both of these, but I think my friends will also join in on this rather than that.
Yeah.
Sometimes, you know, playing different board games or such, you know, can sometimes be the swaying factor.
Yeah.
But also, I would say is something that I've definitely found is, if you are passionate about something, it's much easier to sell to your friends, because you can be the one that's hyped up about it, and then it becomes part of the joy is then sharing it with someone else and being like, "Hey, look how amazing this is." And I've definitely experienced that over like the last couple of years of just being like, showing new things or bringing new things to friends and playing them together is part of the fun.
Yeah, no, good point. Alex says Helldivers board game on Kickstarter. Yeah, I saw that. Helldivers and I fell out. I won't go into it now, but
okay, sure.
Helldivers and I are not on speaking terms at the moment. Maybe we'll be back. At the risk of being shunned, are people into the new Gundam mini releases out or coming out? You shouldn't be shunned for that at all. A lot of people are very much into Gundam. Gundam's been growing a lot in the Warhammer community, at least. Yeah. I personally haven't engaged with it. I don't know if I will. Maybe I will. I don't know. But I think it's very cool. I think it's very cool.
All power to them. I'm a similar story to you, where I know it's a thing and something is happening over in that space and people are very excited about it. I haven't had the time to really look into it, but I know that they're doing some sort of like miniature sort of war game, but with slightly different like level of miniatures than they usually do. But the Gundam, I know people are very into building their Gundam, and apparently the sprues and like how they go together are incredible. And it's you know, the building process is most of that hobby when you're building the figure. So it makes sense for them to be put together in an incredible way. I just haven't had the time to sort of look into it properly. It's not something that I was necessarily into younger, so there's not quite as much of a nostalgia factor for me. So I've just been leaning in other directions, and we all have our attention and only so much of it to give. So I've been focusing on other things, but Adam seems pretty cool.
Yeah, no, it does. Awesome. Thank you very much, Aurelian. Next up, we are going to move on to, if the button would work. Come on, button, work. There we go. Button worked. Ice Phoenix with what's it called? Yeah. It's a Doomar? No, what's it called?
Ghost Ark, isn't it?
Yeah.
Something along those lines.
It's the transport one.
The transport version. I do find it funny how they were just like, this way up is transport, this way up is big gun.
Yeah, yeah. But yes, behold, we have the Necrons shambling their way forward.
Behold, indeed.
Yeah, I mean, look, we love Fabian's Necrons around here. I can't imagine that this model is particularly easy to paint, given how much of the detail is.
I have heard from many people that this is the worst thing to paint.
Yeah,
because so much of it is just side that thing. So I'm hoping that there's a way to sub-assembly it where it'll be a little bit easier. But yeah, I've only heard that this is a nightmare to paint. Not that you can tell from this paint job because it looks perfect. All the metallics are wonderful. All the glow is really great. You've got some wonderful basing in there with those sort of typical little Necron crystals as well. Some lovely glow. Yeah, it's just, I always find it a bit hard to paint something that has so many metallic elements to it, because how do you differentiate them? How do you get that sort of shading and any highlights in there? But I'm always blown away by Ice Phoenix's work on the Necrons, because it shows like the strength of the scheme and the strength of your painting of just how easy it is to get those differentiations between all the different metallics, because you just do it so well.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, that's just seeing. The base is also stunning. The base is really, really good. I like how subtle the clear plastic, clear rod is. The flight stand. You barely notice it as being on the base, but it is there. It almost is. It feels part of the scene, which is really, really, really impressive. Because all of my clear plastic stands, they look like a clear plastic stand, but I almost missed it at first because
of the way that's what they tend to do.
Yeah. But like I said, I almost missed it at first because of the really cool sort of what they called stalagmites. Is that the ones that grow up?
Yes, stalagmites and then stalactites are in the ceilings.
I think yeah. Someone will correct us if we're wrong, I'm sure. This has to be sub-assemblies, right? If not, this is madness. Well, one would assume, yeah, that it has to be done in sub-assemblies.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, I've only heard it's a nightmare to paint, so either way, it's probably do as much as you can to help yourself out on this one.
Colonel is here. Hello, Mr. the Warhipster and Mr. Watkin Gaming. How are you both doing? Hello to all in chat. How is everyone doing? Sorry that I'm late. What did I miss? You missed 21 submissions, Colonel, including yours. And we really enjoyed your Sylvaneth, especially the owl. You did a very nice job on the
owl was great.
Might grow up, tights come down. Sorry, not sorry. Thank you, Alaric.
That's one that for whatever reason has stuck in my brain of knowing which way around those are. But yeah, so that one I was fairly confident on the mites being the one on the bottom.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty confident on it. But yeah, no, it's lovely job, and well done for conquering it, because it just looks like a nightmare to paint. Yeah. But there we go. Next up, we have Forgefather Histan himself. We have a D&D Samurai model, as I believe. We have more BattleTech, which we now know is that, because as Alaric said, the hex base is give it away. BattleTech. And we have some more of the sisters, the sisters scheme that
very nice.
Forgefather has been painting in the form of 10 Zephyrim. Those are Zephyrim, aren't they? The ones with the swords.
Yes, Zephyrim because they have swords. Seraphim are the one with the double bolt pistols, or flamers.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. No, I mean, look at these. Lovely pastel purple, says Laminated Pigeon. That was exactly what I was going to say. I really like that purple. I think it's very, very pretty purple. And
I really love the details on the end of the cloak as well, with that very sort of fine filigree sort of work going on there.
Yeah. I also this doesn't sound like such a nothing statement. I really like the colour of the hat. But I think it's really nice. Like you've got the right kind of. What I mean is the brim of the hat looks to be a slightly darker colour to the main part of the hat, which is exactly how those hats look. Do you see what I mean? That's what I'm saying. That's
Yeah,
why
yeah,
I'm
no,
saying
I completely understand. It is like a weird thing to point out, but at the same time, it's just it could so easily be a miniature, but because it's just like it's the perfect color that it should be. It's like, yes, this is the color we expect it to be, so therefore your eyes sort of naturally gloss over it. But if you actually spend some attention on it, then you're like, no, this is actually done really well because it's exactly what it needs to be.
Yeah. And another small detail on it I really like is the different color of the red tie, just below the hair. Or it's more like it's like a darker pink. But again, I just like it as a contrasting color to the sort of the purples and stuff that's going on there. It's lovely. It's lovely.
Yeah. Just so keeping in the same color scheme, but having those different variations between something that's a little bit sort of cooler, a little bit warmer, and then the sort of richer sort of almost magenta there as well.
Yeah, no, great stuff. He says, I just have one model left that I just started, and the sister army box will be done. Oh, well done. That's
very nice.
You're conquering it. Excellent work. Excellent work. I
It's
always like
satisfying to actually finish off a whole army as well.
Yeah. This the Zephyrim Seraphim kit. It's not two separate kits, is it? It's a dual kit, isn't it?
I believe it's a dual kit, but there was also it's either Start Collecting or Army Box, they also had a monopose Seraphim. So the first Seraphim that came out were only Seraphim, and then they brought out a dual kit later on, I believe.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I like it. I like them a lot. It's the type of thing where I've long wanted as an idea to make a army that is all jump packs but isn't just all Blood Angels. And
yep.
I wanted to do I thought about it I was thinking about it again the other day. It's 30 Tempestus Aquilons, but they don't have a character that can lead them yet. I'm sure they will get one eventually. But Tempestus Aquilons, Zephyrim and Seraphim, and then some Assault Intercessors with jump packs. Just everything on a jump pack with light weapons, I think would just be really cool. But unfortunately, you can't do that many alloys anymore because 10th edition is lame. So
yeah, it's also a case it's those miniatures don't. I think Blood Angels is actually the answer there, because otherwise those sorts of miniatures don't have as many ways to open tanks as they used to.
They do
while
not.
Blood Angels can still kind of get around that.
Anyway, before we talk about that, let's move on. No, great stuff, Forgefather. Awesome stuff. Next up, we have Alaric, where we have some proper old ancient Gene Stealers, but we also have another battle pup. Which is just very, very delightful to see both of these.
Battle Pup's great.
Yeah,
it's also great to see the Gene Stealers as well, and such a striking scheme with the black and the red there. I mean, we've already talked about how menacing that can look on the tabletop, and that's just perfect for Gene Stealers.
Not a good boy. He is always the goodest of boys. Even if he's a bad boy, he's a good boy. You never tell them that they're not. Well, I suppose you say not a good boy. Still just about counts as good boy. Don't say bad boy. Don't say bad boy.
Yeah.
I remember looking after my friend's spaniel, Barley, and he he had a disagreement with a hedgehog one night when I let him out for a wee, and just as I was about to go to bed, and I was so annoyed because I had to wrestle him away from it, and so I went upstairs. He was perfectly happy. It was just Barley as he always was, but I was fuming because I was like, anyway, I was telling Chris and Meg about this later after it happened, and then I was like, oh, there was this night I was doing with a hedgehog, and he was like, did he just stop? I was like, yeah, he wouldn't listen to me. He just wanted to play with the hedgehog and that and the other. And they were like, well, what did you do? I was like, well, I eventually wrestled him off it, and then I refused to tell him he was a good boy before we went to bed. And they were like, that's the only punishment I could come up with. Which I thought was quite funny. They thought it was funny as well. He's a lovely dog. But he is called the Necromastiff, says Alaric. Have you frozen, Rich? Are you still with me? I think Rich is gone. Maybe now it's just us. Oh, he's back.
I'm back. Sorry.
There we go.
I think there for a moment. Should be
go.
all good now.
You left me unsupervised for a minute there. Anyway, I filled the dead air with a stupid story. Anyway, yeah, I mean, these are absolutely fantastic. I mean, I really like the Gene Stealers just because I only like 40k miniatures. I like how retro a paint job these are for what are the old Gene Stealers.
Yeah, going for the slightly brighter red there really lends to that retro vibe.
Because wasn't Behemoth one of the earliest hive fleets that they showed off? I'm pretty certain that old Screamer Killer is originally painted as a Behemoth. I'll go look it up now.
Might be.
Screamer Killer. Old.
Yeah, a lot of those, like, if you think about, like, the very first Tyranids miniatures, I definitely see red as being, like, one of those primary colours they use for the skin.
Yeah. Yeah, you just see that red way more often, particularly on the, like I said, yeah, I'm looking at a bunch of the older ones. It's not fully Behemoth, but yeah, it is the red. So yeah, capturing the red on those older Tyranids models really is like it's very, very, very cool. I think it looks fantastic.
It's capturing the right vibe.
Yeah, it's excellent, and I love it. And the Necromastiff, as you're saying, is actually cool. Is excellent. I love it. It's a very lovely treat every time we get one of these battle puppers.
Yeah, lovely.
Yeah, no, great stuff. Is it from what was it called again, Alaric? I keep forgetting. Is it Dungeons and Doggos or something? I can't remember.
Yeah, something along those lines.
I'm sure you'll let us know. Good evening, Cass. How you doing? And Dan, hello. Good evening. How's it going? Dungeons and Doggos, yes. Lovely stuff. Thank you very much, Alaric. Now we must move on to our next one, which is going to be Darksider with, well, I mean, behold. We have some glorious Blade Guard.
Indeed.
And the Blade Guard Ancient as well.
I mean, first of all round these miniatures are incredible. But especially love the blades on them. The really crisp highlights and transitions you've got going on there are fantastic. Also, I believe, are those the Terminator shields that you've put on the Blade Guard instead? Which is inspired and how all Dark Angels Blade Guard need to be from now on, because it's also that classic shape is just for some reason just so much more evocative than the traditional Blade Guard shape of the shield there. But yeah, just sort of perfect choice, and like all the colors are just perfectly chosen and applied. These are wonderful.
Yeah. They're very pretty, aren't they?
Very pretty indeed.
Very, very, very pretty. I mean, everyone's calling out the blades. The blades are outstanding. The flaming skull,
Incredible.
Flaming skull, very, very cool. I mean, look, these are just wonderfully executed all over the place. The lion's shoulder pads are very, very nice. I like those a lot. Those can't be Games Workshop pieces. I don't know if I've ever seen them before. Where are they from? Because they look very different, but I like them a lot.
It's all those like extra elements that you put into this that just make these so much more than the sum of their parts.
Yeah, and like Blade Guard are a really kind of, for lack of a better word, they're a very busy model anyway. But throwing in just your extra little bits of customizable work here, it elevates them to new heights, as it were. If anything, they actually it makes the busyness of a Blade Guard justified. Do you see what I mean? Because like I said, they are very I mean, look, I feel like Blade Guard were pretty much the pinnacle of what the Primaris releases basically were.
Well, they have all the extra like tabards and the extra details that, look, obviously when Primaris first came out, people thought they were like, oh, these guys are still fairly very new, very fresh, very like not that many like Gothic details on them. And Games Workshop have since said they did that intentionally because they meant them to be quite new and fresh as they are in the lore, and then later on they'll get more of that Gothic detail as we then saw in the Blade Guard. So you're absolutely right that they're the culmination of sort of that design aesthetic.
Yeah. No, they're very, very pretty. There's just lots and lots of different things are going on here. Like someone's mentioned the one wiping the blood off the sword. Not only that, you can see the little Dark Angels logo on the rag itself as well.
Yeah.
Which is just a nice little touch.
Yeah. Just like little things like that. Just incredible.
No, excellent work.
I also wanted to shout out like the color of the metal that you've got surrounding all the pauldrons or shoulder pads. It's like this really almost dark gold, kind of almost leaning into bronze there.
Yeah,
it's just a really lovely color to choose with this, because the gold obviously brings in and sort of reflects also those colors that are in the bleach bone sort of color scheme. But rather than going for a silver, which might be quite cold, you've gone for that slightly warmer color, but you've gone for a much darker version rather than a very bright gold, which might clash or be too close to that sort of bone color. So I really love the choice of metal that you've gone for there.
Yeah. Agreed. No, lovely stuff, Darksider. Well done. But we must move on. Next up, we have Old Man Noz.
I mean, if you're going for March Madness, this is a good miniature to paint.
Yeah, exactly. It's
with the very thing that made him mad.
It's very good, isn't it? That tomato is so realistic. I know, it's done amazing, right?
Yeah, it's very realistic.
Volumetric highlighting.
Some great gloss effects that you've got going.
Spectacular. It's spectacular.
Talking about Denethor himself, though, fantastic work on the eyes on there. These are so, the scale on these miniatures are so small that I never bother with the eyes, just because like I've seen them done well. I'm not sure if I'm there yet, so I always just do a cheats version. But well done for not only attempting the eyes but actually nailing them as well.
Yeah, it's spectacular. It's a lot of work, obviously, like you said, goes into at that scale, especially given us that Denethor miniature. It's either still metal or it's fine cast.
That's not even the new one.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure, but it's just a pain in the arse. But it looks great, and the photo itself is a spectacular photo.
It's wonderful. I do know someone. So the new version is like holding out a torch. I think I've seen versions where people have replaced that with a box of tomatoes or like a tomato, and other people that have objective markers that are boxes of tomatoes. So there's a lot of fun you can have with Denethor.
He hungers, says Lemonade Pigeon. Old Man Noz says, thanks guys, it's an old metal one. Oh, there you go. To me, like, you've done such a good job on it that it doesn't read as the old metal one. It is.
It wasn't until you mentioned it that I realized, like, oh yeah, it isn't.
Yeah. You can generally tell based on how sort of, I guess you'd say, melted the faces are with metal models, or like weirdly sculpted that they are. But you've painted it in such a way that it doesn't look weirdly sculpted. You've just done it really, really well, Old Man Noz, and it's absolutely excellent. Well done, really good stuff.
Yeah, looks great.
How am I going to eat this tomato, which is as big as me? He doesn't even ask that question. He just dives straight in. Mouth first. You know, that's how he rolls. That's how Denethor goes.
All the Hobbit sings to him.
Yeah, exactly. That's how we all hope to eat our tomatoes. Next up, we have Pridders with a lot of based models, but we have a lot of painted models here as well. We have a significant amount of breaches, I believe. They are breaches, yeah. And a Riptide, but also based 40 clan rats, 24 Moran and Orcs, Immortal Troll, Gothmog mounted, Gothmog on foot, and 12 Ministerious Warriors, which is definitely the definition
wow.
of March Madness.
Absolutely. Just going down on. I mean, that's a lot of basing to do for sure.
I hate basing.
But I mean, these Tau.
Let alone 70
I mean,
plus.
you have to batch them right. Like, just batch them, do them all at once. There's absolutely a way to do it. But I mean, yeah, these Tau look great. Such a simple but effective color scheme with a sort of that very dark sort of black color, but then with just enough gray in there, and then the little bits of yellow as those sort of spot colors, which is perfect to do with just like the lenses and the eyes. Really sort of sells that effect, and then being against a white base, it's perfect because it actually makes them stand out where they might be lost, or because it's such a subtle color scheme and very dark, which is really sort of great for like elite trooper kind of vibes. Having against a dark base would mean that you wouldn't really get them to stand out and wouldn't be able to see all that detail and all that differentiation. But putting against that means you can actually then pick out all the different parts of the miniature. So it's a wonderful sort of complement of base and miniature.
Yeah, agreed on all of those fronts. I mean, look, we've seen a Farsight and things like that as well already from Predators. It's a really nice color scheme. We talked about this kind of the other vibe of sci-fi. This is the other way of doing it, rather than that kind of sort of more blues and reds type thing that we saw earlier from Lacuva. This is that kind of more like it's almost like kind of like it's the sort of evil version of it in some ways. It's the storm.
This is a very menacing Tau scheme for sure.
Yeah. No, these are the ones that you don't want to mess with in a dark alley.
Yeah.
Not like those lamos wearing Tau light ochre.
Monster friendly.
In their vomit brown armor, I think is what you used to paint it with. In the old color scheme names, Citadel color names. But yeah, I mean, look, you've undertaken a significant amount of work here, Predators. So very, very well done. There's a lot of stuff to do, and not only that, like I said, I am envious of your ability to base that many miniatures. Because
I'm also envious of your pin washing skills with white of all colors.
Yes, exactly.
Like, doing that in the recesses is actually madness.
Yeah, precisely. No.
It's a great goal effect, but yeah, you're a bad man for doing it.
I agree. No, lovely stuff. Well done, Predators. Next up, we have Street P with I can't remember the names of it, but Street P is here. But we do have the librarian over there, the Terminator librarian, which I believe, if I'm correct, and I'm remembering what you said in your submission, Street P, is that your daughter picked out the colours for that for the librarian. Is that correct? I'm going to go and look it up. All Street P will get there before I do.
Either way, it's a great colour scheme. So kudos to either you or your daughter.
I'll get there. I'm getting there. Ooh, I made it.
Street P's come in saying 2-year-old yes.
Oh, I lost.
Purple Terminator.
Yeah, so submitting Ching and Karen from the board game Townsfolk Tussle, one of the enemies in the game, and truly reflects the madness in the theme. And then we also have I'm choosing something new and sending in the Purple Terminator named thanks to my 2-year-old daughter who chose the colour. There you go. I did remember some of that.
Great job from her.
But yeah, I mean, check these out.
I mean, look, the painter of her yet.
The King and Queen model is fantastic. It's yeah. I mean, you've painted it really nicely. Not that we have much of a reference. We don't have a reference other than the picture that's there. But I really like the black and colour striping that you've done on the leggings for both of them. I think it's very, very cool. It's very reminiscent of those kind of old Disney cartoons and stuff. Those, which I guess is kind of what it's. It's like the Steamboat Willie.
Head kind of vibes.
or Steamboat Mickey, I think it's supposed to be, not Steamboat Willie. I think that's from The Simpsons. I need to turn my light on. I think they look great. Tell us more about Townsfolk Tussle. What's that all about?
I haven't heard of this either, and like I said, my only reference here is someone's taken that sort of vibe and created a game out of it. And again, Cuphead is the only other recent thing that's done a similar kind of thing, but for video games. So if someone's done that for miniatures games, then great to see.
There you go. Cuphead style, many people versus a boss. It's one of the bosses, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. No, it's you're right. It does have that major Cuphead vibe, right? I haven't played Cuphead, but I have watched many of a playthrough of it.
Yeah, I'm the same.
Awesome. Yeah, no, I think it's great. I will also just point out, I really like that purple tone you've got on the librarian.
Yeah.
What is the purple that you've used there? If you could tell us, Street P, that would be very nice. Be very kind of you. Because it's a lovely, lovely purple. It's the Emperor's Children purple that I kind of have sometimes tried to replicate, and I don't know if I've ever truly managed it, but it's a really, really, really pretty purple. Where are we at? Oh, we're doing quite well. I will actually say as well, because I realise I haven't done it yet today, if you could please leave a like on the stream, ladies and gentlemen, if you're enjoying Tale of Many Warhipsters today. We are almost at the halfway mark tonight. So there you go. But yeah, if you could let us know what that purple is, Street P, that would be awesome of you. Thank you very much. But yeah, no, fantastic work. And again, just love the stripy trousers. Right, next up we have Laminated Pigeon with an aggressor that is really suffering from having been deployed to the front lines for quite a significant amount of time here.
Indeed.
Why would you not relieve this man from his duty, Laminated Pigeon? Honestly, he needs a rest. I mean, look at this. I mean, the weathering on this is spectacular.
Just like some repairs to his arms. But yeah, absolutely. The weathering here is top notch. Really, really lovely to see all that. Just like the different varieties of weathering that you've got going on as well.
Yeah.
Like little streaks, or blood patches, or chips in the armor. I love the glow of the eyes that you've got going on as well. But you can also still see the original color scheme underneath all that weathering as well, which really sells the story.
Yeah. It's just having a bad time, like give your models a break. Give him a cuppa and send him back out. He'll be fine. Yeah. Stiff upper lip for the Space Marines. Those blues, nice one. Yeah, I mean, we like the Laminated Pigeon has this. It's like reverse dry brushing. So rather than dry brushing with the brighter color, it's dry brushing with the darker color in order to give it that kind of frozen waste vibe, which really works and it looks fantastic. But yeah, I just reminds me of the Brotherhood of Steel. Love it, Laminated Pigeon. Yeah. Really grim dark. Reference. Says Illy. It is. It's fantastic, and I also like the kind of custom work you've done to the weapon there as well, on the left power fist. My friend said I would make an aggressor-sized Narthesium, so here we are. Oh right, okay, Apothecary Aggressor. Lovely. Oh wow, so not only are you not letting him have a break from the front lines, he has to deal with murdering his own brothers. Laminated Pigeon.
Yeah. Retrieving all that gene seed.
Yeah, mental health is important for Space Marines as well. Yeah, I mean,
we got to get to the point where Space Marines will have their little grandchildren following them around as well, telling them the stories of their ancestors.
He can't have a break. He's got gene seed to collect. Fair enough. You are a harsh taskmaster, but I shall not tell you how to do your job, Laminated Pigeon. No, it's great. I love it. It's like I said, the weathering here is just spectacular. It's difficult to know where to look because you discover more technique everywhere. Like there's the chipping, there's the streaking, there's this, that, and the other, blah blah blah. No, love it. Really good stuff. Thank you very much for this one, Laminated Pigeon. Awesome. Getting strong John Blanche vibes, says Eron. Exactly. Yeah, there you go. No, it's great. It's really cool. Next up, we have Fake Street Spirit with a Tree Lord and the Rotmire Creed and a Zangor Shaman and the Ossiarch Bone Reaper Man, whose name I've forgotten. Can't remember what it's called.
He also doesn't have that name in my head. But yeah, I mean, lovely work.
I'll remember it in just a moment. 1 second. I'm not looking it up. The Mortisan Ossifector is what it's called. Yeah, I've just remembered there.
There you go.
Damn it!
Yeah,
Fake Street Spirit got there before me.
Always one step ahead.
Laminated Pigeon says, I'm going to be honest, it started as I spilt a drop of paint stripped on a primed model, so I decided to do weathering rather than repaint white. It still looked great.
It worked. Happy little accidents, right? You know, Bob Ross, there aren't any mistakes, only happy little accidents. And you came up with a great model because of it. So, you know, it's all experimentation, and it worked out really well.
Exactly. But, behold, Fake Street Spirits.
Behold.
Smorgasbord, I guess we could say, of miniatures.
I mean, the Tree Lord here is just incredible. I love the transition between, or the differentiation between the light wood versus the dark wood. We've seen it on a bunch of them before, but it's always so compelling. I love how bright the vines are, and that you've also then got these really rich red details in there as well. It's just a wonderful combination of colours.
Yeah. No, it's great. It's great. It's almost like you've got all 4 seasons in one model, which is beautiful. I love that. Like, it's this is the thing, we've said this before on Tale of Many Warhipsters, and I've said this before previously. With Sylvaneth, you can either spend very little time on them and they look fantastic, or you can spend a lot of time on them and they look fantastic. And this is not an exception to that at all. I love it. I love the balance of all the colours.
It's wonderful.
So Fake Tree Spirit got a real tree spirit this time, so it's going to be a Langbar. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's great. It's really, 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 really cool. And like the Rotmire Creed, the green that you've got there on the robes of the Rotmire is really cool. And again, we've talked about it already. Straw hats.
It's a really lovely green.
Yeah, the straw hat looks very straw hat like. It's very good. It's very nice. I like it. I like it a lot.
Yeah, just wonderful like color selection everywhere you look. Even to the utter, what was the name of it again? The it's in chat, isn't it? It's the
Mortisan Ossifector.
That's the one. I love the little like extra bits of yellow and green glow that come from within the smoke. So, because obviously the smoke looks lovely as well, but to put those little extra little bits that are glowing from, or make the smoke glowing from the inside, is such a lovely touch as well.
I procrastinated on the scheme for the Lord. You said just do it on a stream, so I did. Best £2 I spent last month.
There you go.
Well,
it's come out lovely. We love it.
Yeah. I can only apologise and also say you're welcome. It's a lesson.
You
for
officially
life,
hereby take credit for his work.
Yeah, exactly. It's a great lesson for miniature painting. Obviously, some of the best advice you can ever hear is just try it, just do it, and it'll either work or it won't. And if it does, then fantastic, and if it doesn't, then it's an opportunity to do something different. You
can always strip the miniature and try again. I know someone who I think painted the same character model about 4 times before he was happy with it. Just, stripped it back, tried again, stripped it back, tried again, stripped it back, tried again. Eventually he got to a place that he was happy with it.
Yeah, agreed. These are all lovely. Thank you, Fake Street Spirit. Good stuff. Next up, we have Mr. The James. Matthias himself. We're again with just a spectacular amount of work here. We have.
Yeah.
My only regret is the Zangor staff is on the wonk. Oh well. If none of you have watched the Barrow Guard video too closely, one of you will. If you have watched it, you will notice in the spinning shot that one of the banners on one of my Barrow Guard is very much on the wonk, and it annoys me every time I see it. That's why I'm not looking at them at the moment. But there you go. It happens to us all. But behold, James with Usharan, a Gore Warden, the entire contents of the spearhead of Flesh Eater Courts, and the Beast Flayers Warband from Warcry. James has been exceptionally busy this month.
Yes, he has been a busy boy indeed. Which is mad because he usually just paints a spearhead a month, and that's mad enough as it is, but to then do all this extra stuff on top is extra mad. And to truly be mad, he's stuck with the theme and gone for the most mad faction. So extra double points for being completely on theme here. And, extra double points for just how amazing the paint job is. I mean, I love the purple cloak on Ushran as well. The very luminescent, almost green, like sickly green skin that you've got going on works really well, especially when contrasted between sort of the complementary, sort of almost like fleshy red going on there. But then to also put that purple in is just such a lovely tone that works with that green. And it's just got such the right vibes of very sort of cool colours to give those sort of gothic vibes to it, especially along with the pale stone that you've got there. It's just such a wonderful choice of colours.
Yeah, agreed. It's beautiful. I love the Shaishan purple of the robe. It's so regal for Ush. And you've just got the gradient between that sort of the cold death magic vibe of the lighter part of the robe down through to the darker sort of almost black hem of the robe. It's spectacular. It's so spectacular. And I will just quickly say, Martin Spoon, thank you very much for being a member for 11 months. Need to go now. Amazing work tonight. Congrats all. There you go. Thank you very much. 11 months. We're almost at a year, Martin. That's crazy. Yeah. But I mean, look, James, you've outdone yourself here.
Yeah, completely smashed it.
Yeah, it's just unbelievable. Basically, I love the brown that you've managed to get on the Morbeg Knights. I love the brown of the fur on the Vargov Courtier. Your flesh work on the banners and things, and the Crypt Guard and all that kind of stuff is fantastic. And the Royal Beast Flares, I've not looked at that warband closely enough, but seeing it now in your rendition with these colours, it's lovely. It's gorgeous. It's gorgeous. I love it. James, putting the rest of us to shame. This amount of work. It's ridiculous. It took Adam 2 months to do something similar. And I had to not show his stuff for 1 month, By accident. I will just stress that.
Yeah.
It was an accident. But yeah, no. Excellent. Excellent stuff, James, honestly.
Yeah. Crazy amounts of output.
Yeah. Absolutely insane. Well, it's fitting, right? So, you're mad, I tell you. Anyway, we must move on to the next one now.
We're all mad here.
Yeah, exactly. You don't have to be mad to paint here, but it sure helps. There you go. Next up, speaking of perfection, as Pip says, so much absolute perfection, we have Viking Minis 50 with Drogs de Sun Chomper and a Lord Exultant of the Emperor's Children.
I mean, the colour work here is just impeccable. And the pink there is wonderfully luminous, but also has this kind of like dusty quality to it as well. We've got that slight turn to pastel, especially in the highlights. The little details of the green there, from the bits that are glowing, actually sort of looking like they're glowing, to then you've got the gloss of whatever feeds that sort of Flamer Doom pistol. And then, yeah, on the forget the name of it, but the one on the right, the little goblin on wolf. Stonework, incredible. That lovely, really soft transitions between them, but you've still got a bit of that sort of purple in the undertones, which then obviously reflects in the purple in the undertones of the wolf, and then a really lovely, rich yellow to go with that as well. All the transitions here are super smooth, super subtle almost, but come to these really sort of bright, luminous points of color as well. So yeah, masterclass there in color choice and just being able to use them.
Yeah, I love the hints of purple in the skin of Drogs. It's a really interesting way of doing it, because I did mine in the sort of white and brown that he is on the box art, but seeing it with the purple vibe, it looks better in many ways. I like it a lot. And I echo everything that Rich has just said there as well. But yeah, I mean, look, it's lovely to see another Drogs in the wild. I haven't seen many people pick him up and paint him, but you've done an exceptional job on it. I love it. It's very, very pretty, and I really like the because those sun markings on the torn banner on the right hand side of the miniature, they are free-handed on. They're not. I'm pretty certain he's free-handed.
I was going to ask as well. It's like they look like they're free-handed, but I wasn't sure if they were actually on the miniature or not.
Yeah, they're not sculpted on.
Yeah, stunning.
But yeah, no, it's impeccable work here. That wolf is beautiful.
Yeah. I mean, even looking at, like, if you look at the abdomen of the Space Marine, all those lines are picked out. it's you've gone to the nth degree with the amount of detail that you're putting on here, and it's truly paid off.
Yeah. And there's just these little pops, these little occasional little tiny little nicks on the sun on the back of Drogs as well. Because that's metal. It's done as it's salvaged sun metal basically from the Lumineth. Just little nicks here and there, just along the edges, just because it had just a very, very nice little point of interest to the miniature. Really well done. I like it. It says they are free-handed. Yep. I know. I can see you showing off.
But I also love that they're free-handed. In a lot of times, you like it. It's you say, cool. I'm going to do a little symbol on this, and you just go, cool. I'll put some white on, and they're done. But it's a slightly subtler off-white that actually makes it more realistic and blends into the banner, so that it looks like it's always been there. And especially then you've got the weathering over the top as well, and little gradients in the cloth and the detail that makes it look like completely realistic, and they've always been there while fitting in with the rest of the vibe of the piece. Yeah,
Agreed. Lovely stuff. Thank you very much, Viking Minis.
Excellent.
Next up, we have Vintage Dragon with five fire dragons and a let's say Warlock on Skyrunner jet bike. Is that right?
Yeah, I believe so. I think that's the Warlock with Singing Spear rather than the Farseer, because I think Farseer is slightly different.
Yeah.
Do correct us. But yeah, I mean, lovely work. Got a lovely subtle camo pattern going on the blue jet bike there as well. Lovely, good back banner as well going on with the fire dragons there.
Yeah.
I mean, the richness of the blues on all of these is just wonderful.
It is. It's that Alatok reference, isn't it? From last time on the jet bike. The orange and the yellow as well on the fire dragons have done excellent work on those, and I like the choice of the blue for the tassels. I guess the type.
Well, especially if they're Alatok, then it is a perfect way to signify what army they belong to by just putting that little sort of spot color of blue on there.
Yeah, and it works as well. It works really well with the orange. Blue and orange is again, it's another it's another kind of classic combination. It's very complementary of one another, but it's very, very nice. And the tone of blue is particularly nice there against the orange, where it's not as like, I guess, as fiery, bright, warm orange, like sunset orange. It's a little bit colder, which is nice. And again, just the blue offsets it really well.
Yeah. It's nice to go with the slightly colder sort of yellows and colder orange in there, because it will fit with those blues for the rest of your army. So we're looking at it as a miniature just on their own mostly, but we can definitely compare it to the blue there. But when they're sitting in a sea of blue miniatures, it'll definitely make sense.
Yeah, no, agreed. Really lovely stuff. Dana says, I can imagine the whole army in this scheme looking awesome on the game table. Yeah, exactly right.
Yeah, for sure.
And it's nice to see Latok miniatures painted that aren't flyers, because a lot of people have Latok flyers, but well, I mean, they're not painted as a Latok, but there you go. No, great stuff, Vintage Dragon. Thank you very much. Next up, we have the angriest, maddest boy in the Blood Angels. We have Lematis from Cameron.
Yeah, very nice. I mean, crispy highlights here. Really lovely. Even on all the Crozius and the bolt pistol that you've got going on there, but all the edges of the pauldrons as well.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, backpack, like this is very much like Crispy Award for your highlights here, because they are just so finely and precisely picked out.
Yep. Highlighting the inner edge of the pauldrons as well. That's showing off, and I love to see it. I don't do it.
And the knee pad as well, like all the black armor, just like those subtle sort of grey highlights. Yeah, they really make the model stand out.
Yeah, it's great. It's really nice. I mean, he is the highlight, I think, of the Blood Angels releases.
He's definitely, I think he was up there in terms of favourite miniatures that have come out. People really, really gravitated to this model.
Yeah. The Death Company, Blood Angels Death Company could have done with being more like this, I think, akin to this, rather than just, assault intercessors with jump packs painted with black armor. Needs to just do a little bit more with that, but there we go. It's not Cameron's fault, because he's done a great job on Lematis, and completely superfluous. Blood Angels were robbed of their refresh. I know, Dan. Trust me, the pain runs deeper than Sanguinius's death. But it is what it is. There's nothing we can do about it until we get a new edition. Maybe. Who knows? No. Great stuff, Cameron. Thank you very much. Next up, we have the captain himself. We have Captain Manrings. We have some Dark Shards. And we have some Man of War boats as well, which is a very lovely little treat.
I mean, I've been a big fan of this colour scheme from Captain Manrings for the last couple of months, and it is just wonderful to see more miniatures like this, very luminescent. It almost like has those bioluminescent feels to it, with the basing, but then also those very sort of dark then bright colour transitions that you've got going on there, with those very nice colour scheme between all the sort of cool colours. But then the bits of pink as well. It's just, it's such a wonderful color scheme. I love to see it, and these are no exception.
Yeah, it's very, very pretty. I love seeing, presumably, I mean, this is the thing, is right. The boats, Man of War boats, are meant to be orders of magnitude bigger, right? And are those old Man of War miniatures? Yeah. They are the old Man of War. Druki, the Dreadfleet is what they're called. What are they called? Captain Mannerings is here. He will tell us in just a moment, I'm sure. But I love seeing, like you said, the infantry scheme blown up to the size of a war galleon. It's very, very cool. I love it. Doom Reavers, says Captain Mannerings. Yeah. That's what they're called.
It just shows the strength of this choice of colours as well.
Yeah.
That you have the different, like the 3 different colours down the bottom on the Man of Wars. because it works perfectly with all three of those colors. You can change them, and it works as a set. It all works individually with little castles on the back as well. Yeah, it's such a wonderful scheme that you've chosen.
No, I agree. It's lovely. Amazing job, Captain Marines. Can't wait to see the family photo of your army, says Colonel. I agree. You're going to walk away with armies on You're going to walk away with armies on parade. You must enter. Fake Street Spirit. He is correct, Captain Manrings. I mean, look, your Druki stuff is just, it's so pretty. And it's so nice. And your balance of all the colours that you're using.
I also love just how bold you've gone with this game as well, with those really sort of bright, luminescent colours. It's not something that you see a lot because, obviously there's influence from John Blanche as well, and very sort of grimdark and more muted stuff, which we also love as well, seeing those more naturalistic styles. But to really push it in the other direction is also just wonderful to see, and I feel like we don't see that quite as much as we see people going for the more sort of darker or more naturalistic stuff. So yeah, it's great to have the variety.
Yeah, no, it's excellent. It's excellent stuff. Right, next up, I'm gonna show you some miniatures, one of which in particular made me go wow when I first saw it. Okay. Next up, we have Teeny Tiny Victories with, it's Shatterpoint, so it's another clone trooper. But I believe, Laura, do correct me if I'm wrong, this is Alice in Wonderland? Is this right, on the left-hand side? Either way, I looked at it.
Oh, of course, yeah.
I looked at it.
The dress and such.
And I was like, holy crap. The perspective.
Yeah.
Painted into the eyes is next level. It's next level. It's so good.
It really is. I mean, I haven't come across this miniature before, but this looks like it would be the box art for the miniature. Like you've done, I really love. I mean, the blue that you've got on there, you've obviously always done really lovely blues, but like that sort of like slightly colder blue. Got lovely soft transitions up into the highlights there, but also you've got really lovely soft directional shadows in a slightly different blue in the white of the cloak as well, or the bits there. So like just the really wonderful color transitions, and then even on the underside of the dress as well, where you've still got those color transitions, but in a slightly different color. That slightly more muted one that really sells the idea of the more like a shaded white or a shaded blue there. It's just impeccable color work, and then you've got the flowing hair, the lovely sort of bronze pauldron there. Like it is a masterclass in that sort of choosing the exact right color for something, even if it'll be easy to just shade things in some gray, but to have those sort of slight blues in the shadows as well is just wonderful.
Yeah. Your is it Commander Rex? I'm not sure. Is very, very nice as well. But Alice in Wonderland. Oh my goodness! Honestly, as I was looking at the photo, I was like, "Hang on, we'll zoom in." There you go. Look at the perspective. The perspective in the eyes. It's so good. It is so good. Just check that out. Yeah, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, I know it's some. You do such incredible work, and there you can also see just like the variety that you've got in the hair as well, where it's not just the same color the whole way through. You've got those transitions. Yeah, I mean your work is just just been coming along leaps and bounds, and this only shows just how amazingly you can paint these days. It's wonderful.
Yeah. Both eyes looking in the same direction. What witchcraft is this? Says Hungry Bird. Exactly right. No, excellent stuff, Laura. Honestly, really well done. Thank you very much for sharing that with us.
Yeah, wonderful.
Next up, we have the mini creative with the lone survivor from Leviathan. We have the Reaver Lieutenant from that box, who has been having a bad time, but also a great time. He's still standing, as the meme goes on Instagram. reels. Yeah, I mean, just look, behold, look upon it. Look upon his work of gorgeousness.
Indeed.
And
I mean, talk about highlights. This is, yeah, masterful highlights, because this is, there's a lot going on in this model, and it's all picked out really consistently and really amazingly. You've got the slight subtle color variations and color transitions on the armor, as always, as you do, which is just mind-blowing to have, especially at this scale. Got such like precise lines everywhere. Like the fact you've got like even the glossiness and the slight shine, and the drips of the blood, how it at the bottom of the drip, it's a slightly dark color as it congeals and goes there, and having that extra level of gloss. Like there's just little things like that that are all across the miniature that are just so wonderfully picked out.
Yeah. Look at how sharp the talon is on the belt.
Yeah. Like, yeah, there's so many like little things here. I mean, this is a character miniature, obviously, so it's going to have extra detail, but you've really done that detail justice.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful. You've already pointed out the blood work. We've also sort of referred to that as top goo. Excellent goo.
Oh, yeah. This is top goo, for sure.
The Ultima on the knee in the split color is disgraceful.
Yeah, insane.
Who are you? Yeah. Gary Lineker Award for this Marine. Yeah, probably is the Gary Lineker Crispy Award, or at least a nomination for it, for sure. No, it's just stunning as always from the Mini Creative. It's beautiful, 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 lemon beautiful. Every single inch of the model is just, there's a lot of care that's been taken over it on every single edge and every highlight and every placement of shading and this, that, and the other, as it always is from the Mini Creative. Exceptional painter, just like all of you out there. But it's wonderful. Thank you very much for this one, the Mini Creative. Love to see it. Next up, we have Hobby ADHD with more Fire Dragons, and this time we've got a slight, like what would you call it? It's a black spot color here on the pauldrons, which I really like. It's very, very, very cool.
Yeah, especially as it's reflected in the like the casings of the guns as well. It really ties the two together. But then also that sort of almost rich reds, slightly leaning to more of like a magenta and pink on the tassels, and then the banner as well. It's a lovely color to put with these as well, and I feel like it offsets against the snow of the base really well.
Yeah,
very cool.
Yeah, it's really nice, isn't it? It's a lovely. It gives the heads of, because it's black and yellow, it gives them the element of wasp-like danger, which is why it works so well.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, that's a good reference. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
it also feels like it's a really interesting way, because obviously this color scheme probably would have come up. They would have come up with it in the 80s or 90s, so you can definitely paint it in that more sort of like garish, bright colors way. But like here, you've still got the bright colors, but it feels modern. It feels updated because you've got a little bit of more darkness and a little bit more almost realism that you've added to it as well. So it's a really lovely addition to the scheme, I think.
Yeah, no, I agree. I like it a lot. It's a great job, really punchy, says Laura. Yeah, I agree. They're explaining the Crispy Award, the Gary Lineker Award in chat.
Yeah, that's the one that Adam came up with.
Yeah, that's an Adam
as
right there.
A big fan of puns.
Yeah. But yeah, no, lovely stuff. Hobby ADHD, thank you very much for these. No, awesome. Next up, we have Taz 2070 with another Lord Exultant. Only this time, there's a burgundy finish to it. So again, you can see how Emperor's Children, doesn't matter what you do, they still look fantastic.
And to have like the black is more of a primary color than you've got all the other colors to highlight on top of. Yeah, really nice. Really, I mean, completely goes with those sort of dark vibes. But yeah, love the metallic work that you've got going on here as well, from both the icon and then the blade as well. Yeah, this is a probably like dark and scary sort of take on the miniature, and it really really works. And then you've obviously great shading and highlight work as well. Yeah, but all the things are picked out and given enough definition just the right way. Like even just like a little bit of extra shading around the chains to help them stand out from the tabard behind it as well. Yeah, lovely.
Fake Street Spirit says, we need to talk about the green here. Wow, yeah, the green's really nice. There's lots of lovely definition on the helmet plume to that green. So you've got the really bright green, you've got those dark stripes, there's dark recesses where it's almost black. I think it probably is black. It's just, there's lots of clear definition within that helmet plume, and of course the two tassels that are there too. But it's really spectacular. It's very very well done. Dan says my
definition
EC
is definitely the name of the game here.
Dan says my EC are Cadbury's purple defo getting a lawsuit. It's like my leagues of Votan, which are definitely EE green and yellow.
This is an old story and much of a tangent. I feel like they've trademarked that purple, but it might only be for like if you're selling like food products or stuff. So as long as you're not planning to eat your Emperor's children, I think you'll be fine.
No, the Emperor's children just eat you. That's what happens. That's all. No, this is gorgeous, Taz. Well done. Love it. I love the burgundy as a choice. It's really, really pretty. Moving it slightly closer to the red also just really works. Like I said, it's great stuff. It's great stuff. Next up, we have Stoogie with a war dog with a lot of pink. More Slaneshi, more Emperor's Children highlight.
It definitely feels like this is a month where we're seeing a lot of Emperor's Children or Emperor's Children related color schemes. I wonder why that might be. But yeah, really lovely work here. That sort of like pink. I mean, there's really lovely color transitions on those pauldrons and all those armor plating that you've got going on there, from that sort of richer sort of purple to the sort of brighter pink. Some lovely transfers, and then obviously matches really well with the gold. The heat burn that you've got going on the gun there is obviously wonderful. We always love to see that stuff, and you've executed that well, especially having that slight sort of purple blue at the tip.
Yeah, it's great. It's really nice. The Purple Knight looking good, says Street P. Taz says, I tried to use your Keeper of Secrets cloak for this one to differentiate it, but I don't think it came the way I wanted, so had to jury rig it a little. I mean, it looked great, Taz. Your jury rigging clearly did something, because it looked fantastic on your Lord Exultant. It really was very good. But yeah, no, lovely stuff. I echo what you were saying about this particular war dog, and also what Chat's saying about it. There's lots of lovely kind of little sort of transitions going on here, lots of little bits of blends going on, and it's just a very very nice, very very nicely composed miniature here. The pink isn't, or is it like? Wow, the pink isn't overwhelming here at all, which, on a scale of a model like this, too much pink would be so dominating, and I feel like it's not here.
Yeah, absolutely. There's just enough of it to give that sort of pop to the miniature without it dominating it or trying to fight the gold in any way. It's a really lovely combination.
Yeah, agreed. No, lovely stuff, Stoogie. Well done. Next up, we have another war dog, but this time we also have Skulltaker from Tox. We have, I guess the other option here of war dog.
This is the other version of madness, where you just are on a base just covered in skulls. Skulls for the Skull God, and you got a Skulltaker. So like, I mean, this is wonderful, and I love how extra you've gone with the skulls, because that's just perfect for this kind of army. And
Yep.
the carnival with that little more skull kind of face mask as well is just the perfect thing. And obviously it's 100% melee kind of knight, so you just run in and chop up.
Yeah. The I really like the use of of blood spattering here on the war dog. Like it's quite severe there on the hook part of the chain blade, naturally, as it would be. But then also on the power claw as well, you can see it. But then you've got flecks of it coming up the rest of the exoskeleton, which is very, very nice. And then, of course, there's all of the gore that's dripping on the base too, which is very, very, very nice. Laura says, "Wow, these are menacing." That's exactly it. It's very like. It puts me in mind of kind of like I don't know if you've ever played the Resident Evil 1 remake on GameCube, but there is a cutscene quite early on where one of the zombies looks up from a corpse. It looks like that. The carnival is looking up from its prey and is about to strike, having having done.
I mean, the posing is wonderful on that.
Yeah,
I also love how it just shows how effective a limited color scheme can be, where this is so evocative. Like, as you see people saying in chat as well, just the vibe that this gives, the menacing sort of nature of all the posing, but also the colors you've chosen and how limited you've been with them. We talk a lot about how amazing it is to put a bit of spot color here and there, but the restraint that you've shown on here is actually what helps really give it that vibe.
Yeah.
Because you stuck to that sort of more limited color palette, it really evokes an atmosphere to these models, which is just incredible.
Yeah, agreed. Less is always more with Blood for the Blood God, until more is always more.
Yeah.
But
yeah, I mean, as you've said, it feels like these have stepped out of out of a video game.
Yeah, no, exactly right. No, awesome stuff. Next up, for all you D&D fans, you'll like this one, Mr. Gorkin. We have a Beholder from Mr. Hughes 95.
Amazing.
Yeah. I always thought playing Baldur's Gate 3, it's a shame there aren't any Beholders in here, until I went through it on my third playthrough, and then I found a Beholder, and I was like, oh!
Well, technically that's only a spectator, not to spoil anything for people that haven't found it, but yeah, that's the less dangerous version of them.
Oh, I thought it was a Beholder. No, there you go.
It's the baby Beholder, basically. A spectator is basically, lesser version of a Beholder.
Is it the one that's in the jar?
So it's
because I'm pretty certain there's one
remember.
in the Underdark.
Yeah, that one's definitely a spectator. I can't remember if the one in the jar is a spectator or a Beholder, but I feel like it was the same as the other one, so maybe a spectator. But anyway, either way, they're so classic D&D.
Yeah,
and your eye work here is stunning. All different colors. You've got the gloss. You've got the different transitions, the irises, but also around the edges of the eyes as well. I mean, the teeth look suitably gross, almost half rotten, and then all the wonderful basing as well that's going on here. I mean, it's an excellent job.
Yeah,
it really is.
Yeah, the bloodshot work on the whites of the eyes is spectacular. Especially on the central eye, it's amazing. But on the other eyes where it's themed to the iris. It's very, very, very nice. It's very, 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 very pretty.
And I also love that they're different colours for the eyes, because that obviously goes into the miniatures abilities of all each eye stalk doing a different thing.
Yeah. I've never faced one in D&D either. I hope never to.
I've run one once before, and then I think I've faced an undead one. I can't remember if I've faced one with any of my characters, but yeah, I ran a sort of modified homebrewed version of one for some players to face, and yeah, dramatic effects ensued.
Aidan says, "Thank you. I wanted each eye to convey each of the powers they do." There you go. Exactly. You got it spot on. It's great. Honestly, well done. It's a real treat, Aidan. Thank you. But alas, we must move on to our next contestant. Our next individual is that's the wrong way. Is Frostbills. We have some Legions Imperialis Mechanicum, and we have some Dwarf Hammerers. No, they're not Hammerers. They're the other one. Something or others. Someone will get there before I do. 1 minute.
Yeah. Oh, they absolutely will.
They are. Are they just warriors? I think they are warriors. Someone will know. Someone will know in the chat.
My guess would maybe like an Iron Breaker or something like that, but I'm not sure if that's a different game system I'm thinking of. Captain's Marrying is coming with hammers and Iron Breakers. Steve says Iron Breakers, so one of the two.
There you go. Hammers and Iron Breakers. Sure. You guys know better than I. But yeah, I mean, look, I've really been enjoying the Legions Imperialis from Frostbills, and to see the sort of, I think these are the Dark Mechanicum constructs. I don't think these are the good guy ones. They look great. I really like the carapace, and I love the red panel at the back. And like it's slightly.
Like, yeah. So I was just saying, having that, it really helps define them, and it makes it look like it is a much bigger miniature than it is. Like, if you saw this, you'd be like, "Oh, I just need to zoom it in a bit more," because they look like they're not as small as they are.
Yeah. Sorry, 1 second. Yeah, no, they're great. And then one thing I wanted to also point out here is the banner work down here on the dwarves. Just it's either been freehanded or it's a transfer that's on there, because I'm pretty certain it's not sculpted.
The banner work it's so consistent between the two banners as well that you'd assume it has to be some sort of a transfer, because I mean, if not, you are absolutely incredible with how consistent you can be with that. But either way, it looks incredible, and I love the colors you've gone for on that banners, and then obviously in the shafts of your hammers and weapons as well. So yeah, it's a lovely color to go with the dwarves.
Yeah, no, they're great. I like as well
with all the metallics.
Yeah, I like that the dwarves are slightly more, a little bit more muted, as in they're not like super bright and shiny. It pulls them slightly more towards an element of realism, which is really nice.
Yeah. Also quite hard to achieve that with these ones, which are the more elite warriors that have so many metallics on them. To get that down and be a bit more realistic is, you actually have to work fairly hard at getting them the right tones on that, so it's not just, oh, here's everything shiny.
Yeah, agreed. No, excellent. Lovely stuff. Next up, we have... Oh, I'm on the wrong screen again. We have Matt with a Lord Exultant. And we have... where's this? I mean, I love this. Look at the metallic pink and purple going on here. Which, again, just showing off the versatility of the Emperor's Children. Because not one of these doesn't read as Emperor's Children, right? But I really like
they're all
well,
absolutely 100% Emperor's Children.
Oh yeah. I really like as well the skin wrap on the right leg is very different, but I like that there's kind of almost like leopard spotting that's been done on here. It's a reference, I think. Matt, do correct me if I'm wrong, but it's a reference, I think, to the Noise Marine that came out a little while ago, and all of the the fun leopard spotting and stuff that was all over that miniature in particular.
Well, I was going to say this gives a very sort of punk rock vibes to it, with that sort of the brighter pink in there, which I think looks like it might even... Yeah, it's definitely a little bit metallic as well by the looks of it as well.
Yeah.
And then the purple on the trim, it's wonderful. And then such bright, vibrant green is just great to see. And absolutely fits the vibe.
Yeah, the metallic purple trim is chef's kiss. I love it. It's a really nice. Like it appears on the Threnodic Choir as one of the codex schemes. And it's a really pretty. It's a really pretty thing to have in the scheme. So it really works, especially next to the pink. It's brilliant. As Dana says, synthwave vibes even more so with metallics. Yeah, exactly. That's what it gives off, which is very, very Emperor's Children. No, love it, Matt. Thank you. Great stuff. I think maybe I might throw a gauntlet out to folks. I might say, given as we're seeing a lot of Emperor's Children, what I might suggest is that for next month I will throw out a gifted membership for every Fulgrim that we see, because I think we're going to be seeing a lot of Fulgrims in a month. I might throw that gauntlet challenge out to everybody. We'll see what happens. I might throw out a gifted to everyone, but we'll see.
I mean, these guys have shown that they can definitely paint up the Emperor's Children in good time, and to a very high standard. So
I recognise what I'm getting myself into. But there we go. Lovely. Next up, we have Philip Gomez, who's basically painted up the contents of a Kill Team box. I can't remember the name of it. Nightmare something. I can't remember. Anyway,
I never remember the names of them.
Oh,
but yes,
just,
with these.
It is just called Kill Team Nightmare. We
have
the.
I mean, both of these sort of, if you ran into it, would definitely cause you nightmares. So
yes.
Fitting.
Yeah, we have the Mandrakes and the Nemesis Claw models of the year. For 2024.
Upgrade sprue of the year. I mean, the flames you got on the Mandrakes here are just top quality.
Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it?
I mean, yeah, models of the year, the Night Lords are great as well, but your Mandrakes here are just stunning. From the darker skin, and then the pale hair, but especially the flames, and the brown on the cloaks is wonderful too. Really lovely sort of weathering kind of look to them. But yeah, those flames are just something special.
Yeah, no, they're beautiful. I also really like how dirty the flesh is for the skirts of the Mandrakes. I really like the shadowing in the top photo. The shadowing that's going on there is just sublime. It's brilliant. It's perfect, and I love it very much. It looks excellent, and yeah, I mean, you've just done top work across the entire lot, including, of course, the Nemesis Claw model of the year, 2024. Never gonna let that go, by the way, everyone.
It's a great kit. Absolutely, like it made an older kit look completely new. The best upgrade sprue that they've ever done. Yeah. So well deserved kudos. But yeah,
model of the year. That's what it was.
Model of the year.
Great meme. I might start manufacturing model of the year memes. Yeah, that might be the thing. That's what will get us to 100k subscribers. No, these are beautiful, Philip. Well done on painting that box. Are you going to do, if you're here, Philip? Do let us know. Are you going to do the Generatorum hub as well? It's a piece of terrain that came in, the massive piece, just a single piece of terrain, which I loved. I loved because it was just huge. It was brilliant. No, lovely stuff. But yeah, there we go. Thank you very much, Philip. Next up, we have Illy with some grimdark weathered blood angels. But not only that, we have one of my favourite miniatures Games Workshop has ever made. It is the classic Boxnaut. I love the Boxnaut. I miss it so. It deserves its place back in the Space Marine Codex, that's for sure. Not that I don't think they sell them anymore, but I love that Dreadnought. It's so evocative of Warhammer for me. I think people have a miniature that they love from yesteryear. Lots of people do. some people will refer to Terminators, other people will refer to Xenos miniatures and this, that, and the other. But for me, the box Dreadnought is the one. I love the box Dreadnought. It's my favourite. I love it, and I love to see it.
It's such a classic model and sort of vibe to it as well. It always reminds me of the opening scene from Dawn of War.
Yep.
Like the first Dawn of War game with the Orcs versus the Space Marines, and the Dreadnought just comes in and is just incredible. And yeah, this really sort of captures those vibes. I love the wings on it as well, being a Blood Angel. Yeah, it's just wonderful. It's a lovely model. I love how how dynamic all the other Space Marines are as well. Obviously, the Assault Intercessors have a bit more of those dynamic poses, but just great to see. And you've got some lovely shading going on with those reds as well. Yeah, I mean, obviously we're always going to be a fan of Blood Angels, but these are just great to see.
We do love a Blood Angel around
Very
here.
lovely and grim
Can't
dark.
think why. Yeah, these are lovely.
It's not like one of us has like 10,000 points of them or something like that.
Yeah, I don't know who would add that. Do you know, I've actually, in this house, I'm pretty certain I have 5 or 6 venerable dreadnoughts on sprue.
On sprue, so just ready to go.
Yeah, just ready to go. I'm pretty certain I do. And given as Grey Knights are surviving intact, I might just put them into Grey Knights, but yeah. Dreadnought was my
that would
first...
be the place that you would use them.
Yeah, exactly. Illy says, yes, Dreadnought was my first mini I ever buy. Yeah, exactly. See? So you'll always have a fondness for it as well. Goldmine says, Dan, yeah, you'd be surprised about how much. This is why I need to sell a lot of toys. Because, I have a lot of miniatures here that I don't know if I'm ever going to get the time to do. Like, I have at least 3 Baal Predators. At least. That are new on sprue. That I haven't done anything with. I'm pretty certain as well I've got 20 Blood Angels Tactical Marines new on sprue as well. I'm pretty certain.
Those old chestnuts.
Yeah,
Yep.
and I'm fairly certain as well I have at least 30 Death Company, the old ones, jump packs on sprue, and the old Sanguinary Guard as well. So I've got a lot of wings if anybody wants to negotiate. We have a lot of those things.
Those be pretty valuable these days.
Yeah, but these are great, Illy. Thank you very much for sending them through. I love them very much. Funny fact, those Intercessors were first painted as Ultramarines. Well, now they're in the better colours. I'm joking.
You wouldn't know.
You made the right choice to change them up, says Fake Street Spirit. Exactly. Next up, we have Euro Phoenixia. I hope I'm saying your name right. I saw you in the chat earlier. I hope I'm getting it right. But we have a Castellan. It is a Castellan, isn't it? Yes, because it has the gigantic volcano cannon and macroplasma incinerator, as well as
that's the one.
Yeah. Again, I hope that this is an Emperor. I think this is a. You are saying it correct.
Well,
yes.
Yeah, I was going to say it's definitely Castellan if it's the Imperial. I can't remember. I think there was a different name for it for the Tyrants. Yeah,
Tyrant
in the Chaos version. And given the backdrop and the color scheme, I would say we're looking at probably one that's going to be allied into a Slanesh army sometime soon.
Yes, given as well we've got some absolutely stunning red and black tiger striping, and the leopard print pops
really
here and there, and then a huge amount of pink on such large panels is very, very impressive.
Yeah. Also, it's that brightness of the green. I mean, everyone's doing such incredible green work on their Emperor's Children, but here to also have that reflected in some of the flowers on the base as well really helps tie it together. But the lenses, the glow, it's all wonderful.
Yeah, it's spectacular. I really, 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 really love, and I cannot stress this enough, the knee and the left shoulder in the red and black tiger striping. It is sick.
Yeah.
It's so good. It's so good, man.
Also, then you've also got what looks like leopard spotting as well in the more like orange black, and then the red and the black and the tiger stripes. So yeah, it all just works so well together. It's just so much fun.
Yeah, Honestly, this is spectacular, man. He says, I started painting 2 war dogs as allies, but then painted 2 Chaos Knights in a week for a tournament as I enjoyed the scheme too much. Well, that sounds like something that happened to me with Chaos Demons. It's just what ends up happening. You see, that's the problem. But no, well done. That was a great undertaking. This is amazing, though. Really awesome stuff. Euro, thank you very much for this. I love it. It's like Red Tiger camo pattern from Call of Duty. It's beautiful. It's really, really well done. Lovely. Speaking of Grey Knights, sounds like a weird transition, but there we go. We have Pip 2, number 42, with March Magnet Madness, which has done a lot of magnetizing, clearly. But we have a Kaladas Assassin, a Librarian, a Grey Knight Grandmaster, and an Apothecary in Terminator armor. Also magnetized with a Stormbolter. Clearly, a lot of magnetization has gone on here. And
man, to magnetize the arms is just far too much for me. Like I could probably magnetize an Imperial Knight to get the options in that, but like the actual like arms that you've got there on like the Death Watch sort of stuff, too far for me. It's wonderful work, but I just can never do it. So absolutely kudos to you. But also these Grey Knights just are impeccable. I love the work that you've done on their Nemesis weapons. The silver is just so lovely. And then the blues, reds, all the details that you've got on them, and there are a lot of details on Grey Knights, are just so well defined. And then the brown bases, like it feels like this should be like a display that they've got going on in White Dwarf. Like it's really, really high quality work.
It's beautiful. The silver looks just... It's very pretty. But the bodysuit on the assassin is very good as well.
Yeah, which is hard to do with, like, it's hard to highlight black and make it look, as crisp as it does here. And then I love the choice of the lighter stone, like a more of like that sort of like bleach bone kind of vibes to that stonework. Because it really allows like the bullet holes to show through, and I've never actually noticed that before in the miniature, because usually you're looking at the assassin, I mean, as you are here, but you kind of lose those details in a slightly darker stone. So I love that you've gone for the lighter stone to really make that detail shine through.
Agreed. No, it's great, Pip. It's really good. All around are just more supplies for Barry. Barry will thank you, I'm sure. No, these are excellent. Really well done. Love a Grey Knight. Who's excited for their big release? I'm not going to poke the bear too much. I'm sorry. Speaking of Silvered Knights, next up we have Martin Spoon with some Reclusians it's Martin's own scheme. And we also have 4 Griff Crows as well. Here, but I mean, look at the green and silver. It's such a nice combination. It's a lovely green tone, isn't it?
I really love this. I think when I was looking at doing Stormcast, I was looking at some sort of like maybe like Sylvaneth and Stormcast Alliance or something, and it's like kind of that Green Knight, and the Green Knight is obviously bigger sort of Arthurian vibes to it, but I really love the idea of that sort of Green Knight and having the green heraldry on here. And I think you've done a fantastic job, especially on the shields there with the white and then the gold around it, and then it pairs so well with the silver. I think you come up with a fantastic scheme here, and I really love to see that green on it.
It's a really beautiful green. I think like I've been working a lot recently, of course, with the Emperor's Children, with Cabalite green and Cyberite green and Gorse Blaster green as the three. There's like the main greens that I've been working with, and I've been really into that as a thing. It's like kind of for me, trying to move away from kind of always kind of being more of the like sort of, I guess you'd call it forest green, which is that kind of slightly more sort of warmer green. I'm really into this style of sort of colder green at the moment, and I really love it. Gyron Guard for the win, says Fake Street Spirit. Yeah, they do. They are very reminiscent of the Gyron Guard, actually. But yeah, I really like it. I think it's such a beautiful tone, and it just sits so nicely next to silver. And then, of course, the gold as well. Really, just as like the extra accent, it sits so good, sits so well alongside both those colours. It's very, 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 very cool.
Well, especially it's slightly more muted in that it almost kind of reads as not quite a brown, but in a similar sort of realm to sort of brown. So then which matches obviously perfectly with green, and then offset with the silver as well.
Yeah, agreed. No, it's lovely stuff, Martin. Thank you so much for this. Next up, we have GameX with the Vizark and 10 Guardians. Is it 10? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, and a weapons
10.
platform.
Well, 10 and a platform.
Yeah, I'm pretty certain those are Oathway Guardians. But the Vizark, look at that. It's such a nice iteration of the Vizark. It's so cool. It makes him look like the wandering warrior without a home that the Vizark is. Well, he has a home now, but it's not a. It's so like. What would you describe it? It gives me Ronin vibes, as it were.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, I mean, all the little bits of like filigree just being a slightly different color to the rest of the armor is wonderful. All the gemstones that you've got going off it are great. The eyes are obviously fantastic sort of focal point of the miniature with the slightly, the different color with that always a little bit of green and the yellow as well. Which then ties it to the lovely turquoise that you've got going on in the blade and in the tabard and in some of the gems. Yeah, really stands out, and it would absolutely stand out in that color of armor compared to your Oathway scheme as well, which every time I see an Oathway scheme, like a lot of the Eldar schemes are so iconic, but the Oathway one, just for whatever reason, just hits that bit harder. The sort of like the bone color against the black. Every time I see him in it, people have always done an incredible job with that, and it just pops so much and is so evocative that I really love to see it on the table.
Yeah, they've got a bit more of a. I've mentioned the word many times now on this stream. They've got a bit more of a malevolence, haven't they? Oathway. A lot of the other Eldar schemes are bright and bold and daring. Like Saimhan and Bael'tan and Eandon. Whereas the Oathway one's just that little bit more. It's got that kind of mortuary vibe. It's that's a really good way to describe it. Like I was going to say, there's also, it feels like they've got more history to them somehow. I don't know why. That's just just the kind of the vibes that they give off. There's a seriousness to them that kind of goes again with the mortuary vibe that you were saying. Yeah, no, it's great. I love it. Thank you very much, GameX. Next up, we have Rev Shan with it's an Awakened Wildwood set, and it's gorgeous. We were talking about trees just before we went live because Rich saw some really nice trees at Salute. I love
shout out to Beowulf Miniatures Printing, who were probably this was one of the standout stands that I saw at Salute. They had some fantastic I'm not sure if printed, but the fantastic terrain that was done in plastic, really well constructed, and they had like a set of trees that were very easily removable and had like their foliage very easily movable. Like the construction of their terrain was very high quality, so go check out their Etsy page or their website at Beowulf Miniatures Printing. But yeah, they were definitely a standout, but also these trees here are a standout. Go big or go home with these trees, as it says here. But yeah, I love the variation that you've got in the foliage here, like the different greens and even the different browns in the trees. Yeah, really lovely to see. Yeah, that's what I particularly liked it. That kind of the darker patches of darker green and the brighter green, it makes them feel a lot more
Well, it makes them feel a lot more alive, doesn't it? It's a lot more kind of closer to reality, as it were, rather than, sort of just all one colour, which I believe my Wildwoods are guilty of being.
I probably would do them in one color as well, but that's not what you see out in the real world. But it's just, it's the easy way to paint them, so it's what we often gravitate towards. But if you want the realistic, naturalistic look, you absolutely have to put those extra colors in, as you've done here, and it just looks so much better for it.
Yeah. Agreed. Steve says, a bit off topic, but does anyone know if there's an Emperor's Children kill team? There is not currently, but there probably will be at some point.
Not at the moment, but I will say that the current range they've released for them are almost as detailed as a kill team kit. So you're not really missing out by not having a kill team kit for them yet. Yeah,
you could use the Tormentors / Infractors as the Chaos Space Marines Legionaries kill team. 100%. There's not really much difference between the two kits, other than you don't get the Reaper auto cannon. There's that and the other. It's all the lighter weapons. But yeah, no, I really like these. Sean is here. Says thank you. You're very welcome, Sean. These are great. Like I said, I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan of the Awakened Wildwood, so I always love seeing them, and especially love the green leaves. I need to do some more Awakened Wildwoods. I might get those done sooner rather than later. Talked about this the other day. I need to do a terrain week, but that sadly can't be for the next 5 weeks. But we shall see what happens. But yeah, no, awesome stuff. Thank you, Sean, very much for these. Next up, we are going to check out Hell's Cleavers. Stormstrike Paladors. We have some Dire Avengers, Fire Dragons. We have a Swooping Hawk, and we have some more Infinity models, I believe. That would make sense, right? We've seen a very similar thing already from the Cooper. It would make sense that they're part of the same thing.
Man, the colours here just pop so well, but it's not just that they pop so well, it's that they're so well placed. Like, I'm really impressed with like the colours you've chosen, but also how you've applied them to the model. Like, I mean, from right, you've got that bone against the gold against the really lovely rich blue, but they're placed in such a way that really flows well together. So obviously the tabards and the cloak, it's such a really lovely place for that rich red blue. Then the bone sort of armor, but just how it's composed in the model makes it so easy to read. And then you've got such amazing sort of like this almost like hot pink, rich, color going on that's super vibrant, but offset by the whites and the blues. And then obviously the turquoise and the yellow really pop against each other on the Infinity model as well. It's really fantastic use of color here.
Yeah. I'm a big fan of talking about them. I think my talking about them inspired Hell's Cleaver to actually do them as well. The Stormstrike Paladors. I love the models. I think they're fantastic. And I'm a huge fan of Knights Excelsior, because they're essentially Black Templars but worse. They're even more genocidal when it comes to chaos, which is fantastic. Sure. I love them. If these are references to Knights Excelsior, I could be wrong, but that's how I'm reading them. I'm a big fan of it. I like the darker Griff with the brighter armor. I like it a lot. I think it's very, very pretty. It's really, really top work there. And I echo what Rich said about the rest of the miniatures, of course, as well. And as Dana says, they're pink fire dragons, menacing. Yeah, I like it. The bone helmet really gives it the big licks in terms of menace. It's really nice. That just the shading around the mohawk is really good. Yeah, it's great. It's great stuff, Hell's Cleaver. Thank you very much. What a great assortment of colours at Hell's Cleaver, says Colonel. Indeed you do. Tales from the Mustache, Biking Minis 50, is going to saying, think I'm going to have to get me some Infinity Minis. Lovely sculpts. Yeah, I'm getting inspired. Stop it.
Definitely looking pretty cool.
I'm too busy. No, it's great. Thank you, Hell's Cleaver. Next up, we have Edward 705 with a Commissar, a Tank Commander, and a Castellan But of course, we have our second iteration in this episode of Tale of Many Warhipsters of Vandus Hammerhand.
I mean, it was lovely work here, and also lovely to see different styles as well. Where on the left you've gone, or it feels like that you've got that more sort of earthy, grimdark kind of feel to your 40k miniatures, but then you're not afraid to boost up some of those colours with your AOS with the lovely rich blues and reds and such.
Yeah, it's just expertly done, Vandus. I love it.
It's great.
Yeah, it's great. It's fantastic. I'm a big fan of your commissar, actually. The sword being just raised just a little bit makes that model even better, I think, because it's quite far down in the box art, as I recall. I think mine's done with a chain sword, which might be why it's. Yeah, it is with a chain sword. That's why it's quite down. But
maybe
like
it's
having the sword
the
just up. Yeah. Having the sort of stuff, just it makes the model just feel much more imposing and cool. I like it.
Yeah, he is in the midst of commanding all the regiments around him. Or you could put, it's almost as if you could put like a model leaning over about to be beheaded across that. It's just, as you said, an imposing presence that he has.
Yeah. Good night, Laura, and by extension, Captain Mannering. Say we're shattered and heading to bed. Fab work all. We'll catch up on the VOD. Yeah, thank you very much for hanging out with us tonight, especially post salute. I can imagine you must be exhausted. So thank you very much for hanging out with us tonight. I was literally just typing the same comment. Love the pose. Yeah, there you go. Great minds think alike, eh? Thanks, guys, says Edward. Oh, you're very welcome, Edward. Your Vandus is very, very, very pretty. I love your Vandus. Vandus Hammerhand forever, love it, great stuff. Right, next up we have Mini Painting Dad with Angron, Primarch of the World Eaters. Demon Primarch of the World Eaters, I should say. Yeah,
absolutely. This is very nice. I love the color transitions you've got going on the wings there. That slightly, from a very dark, rich black into that slightly dustier sort of orange on the outsides. And then also in the spines, you've got the color transition going as well from the red into a similar color as well. I mean, color transitions are really the amazing thing across the entire miniature that you got going on here. Some really, really lovely work with color. Obviously the blade as well. Or both blades, in fact. But I love how you've kept the armor around the head quite dark. So you could have easily painted in that with some rich reds and some other stuff. But because you've kept the armor on all the miniature as well, in fact, fairly dark with these sort of dark metallics, it really draws the focus to a really beautifully painted face. And it's a lovely way to frame that face and really draw the eye to that face. So, expertly done there. Really lovely work.
That's beautiful, isn't it? He's my favourite Demon Primarch. In terms of model.
Yeah, I mean, I think I would still say Mortarion, but I'm very biased with that because I was playing with Mortarion and had him in my army for a long time. But yeah, I mean, they're all fantastic.
Yeah. They're all great. I still think now that we have all four, I think Angron.
Well, you've also painted all four, right? So you have more reference here than I do.
I have painted all four. That's true. And yet I only own two of them. So there you go. But no, this is skin was the focus point for me here. Thanks, guys. Oh, you're very welcome, Mini Painting Dad. You've excelled.
It's really
here.
lovely.
I really like the slightly more gladiatorial nature of like leaving the shoulder pad off. Just seeing the armor, the ancient armor plugs there. It's really cool. It's very.
And you see more of that skin as well.
Yeah, exactly. It's great. It's really fantastic. I love it. Thank you very much, Mini Painting Dad. He is the definition of mad. Ness.
Indeed.
Oh yeah, 74. We are up to 74 likes. Can we get to 80 likes on the stream? If you haven't already, please do leave a like on the stream. And if you are enjoying the stream, of course, Yeah, don't forget to hit the like button. And I should have to do my YouTuberly duties. I haven't done these yet. But if you are enjoying the stream and you do want to support the channel a little bit further, you can absolutely do so. You can do this by either considering becoming a member yourself, or you can gift some memberships, or if you want to, you can send a super chat to celebrate all the fantastic work of other people by giving me money, which doesn't make sense, but you know, it is what it is. It's what I have to do. I'm a YouTuber. I have to say these things. But yeah, if you want to do that, you absolutely can. But and there you go. We've got to 80 likes already, so you guys are smashing it. Well done. You guys kick ass. So thank you very much. Illy, thank you very much for being a member for 11 months. We're almost at a year's anniversary as well. That's awesome. Yeah, no, great. Thank you very much, Mini Painting Dad. Next up, we have another gigantic model. You guys really have divined March Madness. We have David T with Zarek, the Silent King, upon his giant throne, and the two, what they called, something or others.
Yeah, I've forgotten what they are called, but yeah, absolutely know what you mean. But I mean, this is just incredible here. I'm assuming that's Tesseract Glow, because it is just so incredibly luminous here. But as set against those sort of shields that he's got on either side, it's just such an incredible job that you've done here with those colors. And then obviously Silent King himself is wonderful. I love all the extra details that you put into his cloak as well, with those little bits of glow, and then on the miniature itself. Yeah, it's just, there's so many bits and pieces here that you've got going, like the color transitions that you've got going on all the weapons as well. Some really sharp work there. I mean, this is a true centerpiece model here.
Yeah, it is. It's fantastic.
Like, this is the centerpiece to end all centerpieces.
It says men. The chat telling me men hears is what they are. The men hears or men ears. I'm never entirely certain how you're supposed to pronounce it.
That sounds right.
But I will also say, James, thank you so much for being a member for 16 months. Incredible support. Thank you so much. You guys are incredible. Sends a love heart. I send one back. There you go. There's a love heart. That's how you do it, right? I'm also. This is my fidget spinner. It's a set of magnets and an Allen key. That's how I keep my hands occupied. But there you go. Because it's fun. But no, I mean, I love this miniature. It's such a ridiculous model. Like, it's just utterly ridiculous. I
mean, it steps straight out of the pages of like an art piece, really.
Yeah.
Like, someone's painted, this king with all this stuff around him, and whoever's done the miniatures went, "Yep, we'll have that, all of it."
Yeah.
It's like, and the miniatures studios like, "Well, you just the guy walking down the stairs." Like, no, the stairs as well, and the things floating either side of him. We'll have all of it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just put all of it in. Yeah, it's one of those. It's one of those fun kind of diorama miniatures at certain points. There's so much characterfulness that goes on in there. Yeah. From everything from the trapped Catan to the man himself to the menhirs to the throne to the triarchs that assist him. It's just ridiculous. And it's a massive undertaking, David, and I should know. I've painted one. It's one of the ones that I painted in sub-assemblies, no less. Because, I'm insane, but I'm not that insane. So yeah, no, really well done.
With this one, it's like, okay, this one I'll actually split up and paint separately.
Yeah, exactly. No, great stuff, David. Thank you so much. Next up, continuing along the madness train, we have. Hang on, press the wrong button. We have Chorboy20 with a Vargulf Courtier. Again, another one of my favourites from the Flesh Eater Courts refresh. I adore this model. I think it's fantastic. It's absolute rips on the tabletop or dies immediately. Depends on your your dice rolls. Really, it's one of those things.
I think as well, Adam ran one against me, and it just could not roll. Whenever it did wound, then I would make the saves. It did not do the justice, but I mean, this paint job absolutely does, because I love all that sort of gruesome, still slick blood that you've got going on all the limbs as well, and around the mouth. The dark fur, very nice, especially offset against that pale skin. Like, together, that sort of triad of the greens, the reds, the pale skin, and then the fur works wonderfully. But then offset with that small naturalistic base with those sort of greens and the browns in there, it just really, really works well together.
Yeah, it's spectacular. Aiden says, I'm going to log off now, folks, and head to bed. Catch up on the stream tomorrow. I really enjoyed seeing all your submissions so far. You're all incredibly talented people. Much love. I couldn't agree more, Aiden. Everyone here is incredibly talented.
You blow us away every month with all the talent on show. This is, and every month you also get better and better, so it's insane.
Yeah, agreed. This is like I said, he's one of my favorites. The Vargul's Courtier. I love it. You've done a great job on it, Chore Boy. I like the way that you've got like severe bloody hands that kind of then starts to sort of dissipate further up the arm. You've got that sort of slight pinky texture that's going on there, which is just very subtle. It's a very subtle little bit. It's very masterfully done. It's very excellent. Very well executed. I love it. It's just, it's orders of subtlety on what is an incredibly violent miniature, which is very, very good. I like it. I like it a lot.
Great to see.
Moving on now, we have the Warhammer Mama, otherwise known as Dana, with we're all a little mad here. We have the Mad Hatter from Alice's Adventures in Wonderland.
I did say that.
So there you go. I mean, look at that. It's beautiful. The diamond work on the Mad Hatter's coat is just obnoxiously good.
Well, it's a diamond work followed by pinstripes on the trouser leg, and then just like a beautiful array of all the different colors on the base, which definitely goes with the vibes of the film as well. Kind of a bit technicolor of everything. Wonderful sort of pops of color of those pinks and purples and blues and mushrooms and such. Just brilliant, vibrant colors across the entire model, really.
It's very pretty. It's very, very pretty. The orange hair, the chalk white skin, the face is done very well. There's lots of technique going on here, which is just you really flexed your muscles here, Dana. It's really, really well done.
As well as your freehand as well.
No, it's excellent. I'm guessing that's sort of like a polka dot thing that's happening on the scarf as well. just
get all the textures in. Why not?
Yeah, just get it all in, get it all done. What is it? It ain't nothing but a thing. Chicken wing. A first stab at freehand. Come on now.
Because that's let's just do a complicated check pattern that isn't just straight, but it's actually flowing in a direction. That's simple enough to do, right? Yeah. That's not super technical.
Yeah, sounds easy. Yeah, exactly. Pinstripe trousers as well. Yeah, no, excellent. Yeah. Oh, excellent stuff, Dana. Really, well done. You should do a lot more freehand because you're clearly very good at it. You have a talent for this painting thing. Don't know if you know that. Don't know if anyone's ever told you this. But you're pretty good at this stuff. Ford Father Vulcan says, first? Really? First?
This comes up kind of often where you guys are incredibly talented painters, and then you're like, let me just try this out, and we're like, this is the best thing I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Have you done this? You're like, oh, it's my first time.
Yeah. No, excellent. Well done. Next up, we have Cody Lalone with a Blood Ravens Librarian, I believe. Ooh. Is what it was. If I got that right. Based off of the new Lord Terminos miniature. Here it is. Yeah. It's looking very, very pretty.
Very cool.
Well done for getting things like the psychic hood in there, and the shoulder pad under that, under the cloak on the left hand side. That's not easy to do. It looks great.
Oh yeah. This is wonderful, and I mean, such a it's perfect to have such a big axe as your big psychic axe. I really
Absolutely.
love like the almost luminous blue that you've got on there. It's such a striking color, which is obviously perfect for any sort of librarian.
And it's a Blood Ravens librarian, which means it's definitely going to fall to chaos at some point.
Yeah. But also, all the scroll work is really, really nicely done, and such fine work, like fine details to get that on. But also, I love that how it's a more of a yellowed paper look to it.
Yeah.
Which then contrasts with the more sort of bone of the cloak there.
Yeah. I like the little pops of slightly brighter brown as well in the fur pelt as well. So just enough to give it that sort of naturalistic vibe, rather than, again, it all being the same colour. It's little bits of here and there, slightly brighter highlight, which is just really nice. Again, it's just very natural texture, which makes it look great.
Yeah, very much so. And then also having the red tufts ties in and mirrors the colour that you've got going in the armour, so that makes the red hand stand out more.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a nice nod to the Blood Ravens, isn't it? Yeah, so it's good stuff. Excellent. We now return once more to the world of Middle Earth with Ricky Drinks Paint, who has gone and done a lot of work here.
Absolutely.
We have Boromir, we have Denethor, more tomatoes.
Yeah.
We have, is it Mablung, the ranger?
Yep, Mablung and Angborn.
Yeah, Mablung and Angborn. And I don't recognise the Orc captain. You'll know what it is, though.
So that's Razgush, I believe, which is now in Legacies, but they'll bring out rules for those. But is the leader of the Northern Forces during the War of the Ring.
Right, okay. There you go. I mean, Ricky just sort of casually throws down the gauntlet for MESBG every month.
Pretty much. Very, very productive painter.
Yeah, spectacular work all round. And like we talked about Denethor earlier, this is the slightly newer Denethor miniature. Again, I don't think that one's plastic either. I'm pretty certain that one is also.
I think it's still it definitely is resin, because I do have it and need to paint it at some point. So yeah, but wonderful job here, especially on those flames. And I love all the leather and green work that you've got going on the ranges. I've got, like I said, some of those on my painting desk, and I might have to look at some of your models for inspiration.
Yeah, I really like those sort of naturalistic greens that you managed to get, as well as just the various brown shades that have gone into it too, into the ranges. Because again, not easy to do at this scale, but enough to make sure every detail reads differently. Which is just very impressive. It's very good stuff. And again, as always, Ricky always does all the eyes, which is
at this scale it's madness.
Yeah, like I have done it on a couple of MESBG miniatures recently, the resin ones, because they're really well defined from Forge World, so you can
That's
just
true.
about
the
do them.
new sculpts are really lovely.
Yeah, but when it comes to like the old plastic, metal, and resin ones, it's like, nah, just gonna use a bit of Black Legion and we're done.
I know someone who does it like there's recesses of, like, say, dwarves or helmets or whatever, and it's like, oh yeah, you got the armor around the eyes, and even though the eyes you only need to paint like black just to have like some sort of recess in there, they will go in and actually paint an eye within that recess, and it's just insane.
No, it's ridiculous. Utterly ridiculous. But yeah, no. Lovely stuff. Thank you very much, Ricky Drinks Paint. He's in the chat. He says, thank you, everyone. You are most welcome, Ricky. You are like the rest of us.
Always love to see more Middle Earth stuff.
Yeah. We're all very much, like, as we were talking about it at the very top of the stream earlier, very much poised for the next round of releases. So I'm sure you'll be right there with me. I'm just desperately waiting for Prince Imrahil, so there we go. Next up, we have Lau Cannon with with the man himself. It is the man himself. I was just trying to say. it was Kairos Fateweaver. We have the two heads, One eye looks forward, one eye looks back, and one head always tells the truth, and one head always lies. Is that blue, says Fake Street Spirit? It is. Travis invented the colour, as we know, and then loaned it to Laucannon. And Laucannon has just run with
it, basically.
Yeah, just took it and run with it.
Yep. I mean, yeah, obviously, masterful use of blue as always. I love the green to offset against that. I love how bright that green is and luminous it is, which is, absolutely perfect for Tzeentch, and especially here with the big bird himself.
Yep.
But I love all the color transitions that you've got between the blues and then the whites on the wings as well. It's just so well done here. Like the detail work that you've got going on, all the fur and the feathers and everything else is just wonderful.
Yeah, it's perfect. And it's just such a cold, icy blue, which we see from Laucannon all the time, but it works so well on a miniature of this scale. Is why it's such a great color scheme that he has, that is able to blow up from the littlest chaos warrior to the greatest of the greater demons, and it's just spectacular. It's really, really pretty, and it works so well. I really like the white, basically the white highlight on all of those long feathers. It just looks great. It's so cold and unforgiving and evil and mad. Changer.
It truly is.
I wish never have to highlight so many feathers again, says Laucannon. Well, I don't blame you. Fortunately, you only have to.
Yeah, I was looking at them and I was looking more closely, and I'm like, oh my god, the bad lad has gone in and highlighted them rather than dry brushed them.
Yeah,
absolutely pays off in the end. Wow, yeah, that must have taken a long time.
Yeah, it must have done. No, excellent work, Laucannon. Really well done. No, awesome stuff. Next up, we have Abdul with Typhus, the first captain of the Death Guard. He has a Herald of Nurgle. Is this version, isn't it? That's what it's called. Painted here.
Yeah.
I'm pretty certain it's the Herald of Nurgle.
I mean, I love the slightly darker green that you've got going on here, but you've let it be that slightly darker green, but you actually have a richer green, or more sort of pigment, more luminosity to that green rather than the sort of more slightly muted one, which, with the extra details, with the extra depth that you've got from the shadows here as well, really, really lovely. I mean, all the different color variations you've got going on is great to see, from the wrappings around his scythe there. Great. I mean, all the dark sort of metals and then the browns. I mean, there's just so much incredible detail here, but the choice of green here, I really love.
I also like seeing it without the Destroyer Hive. It works, doesn't
Definitely
it?
makes it easy to paint, and it still works as a miniature.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's really nice. He says, not my best work, just a one-day project for my friend. Well, your friend should be very pleased with it, because if you did that in a single day, that's very, very, very impressive.
Yeah, it's a single day, that's even more impressive. It's wonderful.
Dan points out that the Nurgling's bum is beautifully rendered. It is. Bottom left corner. It's very well done.
Absolutely.
That
you got to get it.
Dem cheeks. Yeah, no, well done, Abdul. It's great.
Nice.
Like I said, as a one-day project, really well done. Excellent stuff. Yeah, no, very impressive. Next up, we have Kumbuka with a very, very cross Terminator. It's just, yeah, for the Imperial Fists, of course. With, just a beautiful little bit of stippling weathering going on here. Really, really nice. I love how kind of moody this yellow is. I'm really enjoying that. It's not like, because my yellow's quite bright and warm, but this, I really like this. It's such a like, it's just got a little bit of extra depth and darkness to it, which is brilliant.
Yeah, it really does. It's you're right. It's that slightly more muted, slightly warmer yellow to it, that it just feels grimdark, and you've got some really lovely shadows in there as well that really helps with that. So picking out those, whether it's pin washing or whether it's a wash or whatever you've done to it, really gives that vibe to it, along with all the lovely weathering that you've done as well. Really lovely job.
No, it's lovely. It's good stuff. Ice Phoenix says, "Hey everyone, just got home and now it's time for bed. Have to rewatch the whole episode. Much excited." And it's a very good episode. They always are. The second amazing impy 5 fingers in the stream. Photography is great too, says Fake Street Spirit. No, it's perfect. It's lovely. Very nice and crisp, says Colonel. Yeah, no, it is. It's beautiful. As I said, I just love the tone that's here. It's very impressive. It's got that. It's not too dark, which is just really nice. Because you can go too dark, obviously, because of being a bright scheme. But no, it's just got that right balance, hasn't it, of all colour. And the definition around the white of the helmet is particularly excellent.
Yeah, definitely, especially getting all those recesses in, like even around the eyes and on the sort of breathing apparatus and everything. It's, lovely definition across the whole model, but especially around that face.
Yeah, it's excellent. Excellent stuff. Right, next up we have Hungry Bird with some Empire Wizards, I'm pretty certain. Wizards of some description from the old world. We're on square bases.
Yes, most likely Empire, I would say.
Makes sense. But look at the staff. Look at the globe at the top of the staff.
Yeah, to actually paint that not just as some sort of magic orb, but actually as a globe. I mean, incredible. And I would hazard a guess that you could probably look at a map of the old world and see different bits of it as well. I reckon Hungry Bird's probably gone to that level of detail.
Yep.
Of picking out not just like a globe with like some greens and some browns in there, but like I reckon that's actually got the shapes that are required in there.
Yeah, it's insane. And like the astrological markings, as well as the constellations painted into the cloak. That's really, really, really good. Like, there is detail going on in here. It's just doing the work. I looked at a number of old world maps to try and make it as accurate as I could. But you've done an exceptional job on it.
There you go.
It's really good.
Yeah. As you said as well, like I love the cloak. The combination of the purples and the blues is just wonderful, and then offset so beautifully against the white and the gold.
Yeah, it's brilliant. That is some dedication. Lovely stuff, Bert, says Fake Street Spirit. Yeah, completely agree. Says Hungry Bert says it's a kit bashed wizard. There you go. I will also say, top left corner, this individual, the shading you've got around the abs is really good. Such a soft skin, but it looks spectacular. It's very well put together.
Yeah, some really lovely detail there.
No, it's excellent. Really well done, Hungry Bert. I'm hungry for more. Lovely stuff. Keep this train rolling. Next up is Gordro with I don't care what he says. That ain't no rabbit. We have a Chaos Sorcerer here.
I mean, it's taken like sorcerer in the magician sense of the word.
Yeah.
I mean, that's beautiful. How it's just like, yep, here's pulling a rabbit out of the hat. Is that really a rabbit?
that is one. Yeah. That is one messed up rabbit.
But yeah, I mean, such wonderful, like bright, almost pastel colors here, which you don't often see with Chaos, but there's something just so like vibrant about it. It kind of goes along with lots of the vibes that we've seen of the Emperor's Children, so we definitely can see that Chaos can absolutely fall into these realms, and I just love the execution here of those sort of bright colors, of all the detail, of all the text that you've picked out as well, on all the writings. Wonderful flame work. Yeah, it's really, really lovely work here.
I'd say it's arguably more Emperor's Children than... That's a Dark Apostle, not a Sorcerer. Thank you, Taz.
Yes.
I'd say it's arguably... I'd say it's arguably more Emperor's Children than the actual box art Emperor's Children, because, like I said, they're often described as being just this carnival of colour and sound. And So much so that, you know, generally the characters that are in the book that have to behold this, it hurts their eyes. And I'm not saying that this does hurt the eyes, but what I'm saying is it is a carnival of chaos that's going on here. And it's Absolutely. Just, it's really, really, as Dana says, it's fun, it's creative, it's beautiful, it's lovely. I like it a lot, and it's wonderful. It's really good stuff, Cordra. I love it.
Yeah. Great to see. And it's so funny that like you can paint something, you know, with like bits of hints of like pink here and there. Obviously the minion on the right has more pink in it, but like even something with that's mostly like a very sort of lime green almost still can read as like, yeah, this could be an Emperor's Children. That's fine.
Yeah
it's just, it's got the vibe is right.
Yeah, exactly. It's lovely. I love it. Thank you. Next up, we have Zarum with well, it's a bunch of test marines, as I believe is what the submission says. But look at just beautiful stuff going on left, right, and centre. Of the three we've got on the right hand side, I think my particular favourite is the one on the far right. Just that lovely purple and yellow put together. I mean, look, all of what we're seeing here is fantastic. But I think it's a reference to crayon eaters. I can't remember. Zaram, if you're here,
yeah, the one on the left definitely is it would be a reference to crayon eaters, I'd say, because there are so many, like all the quadrants and everything else is just everything's painted differently. Definitely crayon eaters, I would say. But yeah, I would say on the right, my favorite one is actually the middle one. There's something about like the purple shoulder pads and then the bow set against the bone and having the black on there as well. I really like that color combination. It feels very like serious and grimdark, but obviously all of them are fantastic. So like you could choose any of them and they'll, you know, be great. Like there's more heraldic feel to the one on the left out of the trio, and then you've got that brighter sort of purple, which, as you said, you know, just really stands out.
Yeah, Zara is here, and they say, testing some schemes on the right, crayon eater on the left. Are you going to do more crayon eaters? Because that feels like that's a commitment. There is a lot of work that's gone into that.
Well, it's also a case of like, do you do the same crayon eater scheme on every miniature, or do you do a different crayon scheme on every miniature? So you have different combinations of colors and everything, or the same combination of colors and everything. Either is bonkers.
Yeah, that's true.
Fun, but bonkers.
Yeah, no, it's just beautiful stuff executed all around. As Dana says, again, super creative. Love seeing artistic flair coming through our work. Sarah says, I am not doing more crayon eaters. This was just a fun one-off. I think that's the sensible choice. Despite the fact you've done it perfection,
that makes sense.
I would perhaps not risk your sanity doing any more. But no, really great stuff, Zara. Thank you so much. It's lovely to see. This week. This is the second or third. I'd not heard about crayon eaters until like 2 weeks ago, and now was all I see. I see it everywhere. But there we go. No, great stuff. Next up, we have Plane. Bledin, I know you were here earlier, but we have some endless spells. We have the Ramanak's Gnashing Jaws, the Emerald Life Swarm, and I cannot remember the name of the one with the skull. It's just called Burning Head. We've been over this before. I'm pretty certain it's just called Burning Head, which is
one of those Burning Head. Yeah.
But there we go. So I mean, the Gnashing Jaws here. I really love this sort of pink into that sort of orange and then yellow at the end. I love that.
Yeah, it's a lovely color transition.
Yeah, it's gorgeous. Still the Burning Head. Yes, Burning Head. I think he is fallen asleep.
Still Burning Head.
Yeah, that's fair enough. We're nearly done, guys. There's 10 more to go.
Almost there. Yeah, there's some great detail picked out, especially in the one at the bottom there. And then the color transition on the Burning Head is fantastic too.
Yeah, Burning Head. Good. Burning But no, these are great. I love them. I also like, it's a slightly alternative scheme I've seen to the Emerald Life Swarm. It's nice that it feels more tangible rather than like just like a single bright color, which is quite often what you see. But the got the black spines of the bugs themselves, and then slightly different wing membranes as well, which just creates a really nice effect. Like I said, it makes it more tangible, makes it more real, which is cool. I like it a lot. Where is that head from? Love the plane. Love the red plane. They're all from the Malign Sorcery set, the generic endless spells, which any army can use, which is cool. But there we go. Lovely stuff, Plane. Thank you very much. Next up, we have JR Hod 03 with a this guy whose name I've just forgotten. What's it called? Brood Terror. I got there before anyone else.
That's the one. I would have said some sort of abomination, but I can't. Yeah, Brood Terror is the one. I mean, suitably gruesome here. I love that you've got the different colours of skin as all the different patches, and especially, the little poor sod who's been sewn in.
Yeah.
But yeah, I love how sort of dark and moody this miniature is.
Yeah,
especially with the dark and metallics.
Yeah, it's just a horrifying miniature. It's one of my favourites that they released.
It really is.
And it's like, between this and Visic for the Skaven, these were the two kind of real triumphs. I mean, there's a lot of really cool stuff that was released for the Skaven, but the Brood Terror was a particular highlight for me because it was announced really early as well, alongside the Knight Azeroth. Just read about it and saw it really early, and I was like, when's it coming? It took ages for it to come out, and then when it did, I just descended on it. I think it was this when that range came, it was the first one I did in the post Skaven Tide. I was just determined to get it done because I love it so much. But yeah, no, it's great, really good stuff. And it's a perfect rendition of one of my favourite miniatures of the last couple of years. So thank you very much for sharing it with us.
Very nice.
Ouch, he looks sore, says Dana. Indeed, it's very sore for both of them. That's why they're so mad.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, awesome. Next up, click on the right buttons. There we go. Graham has created the Grim Watch, one of the Underworlds warbands for the Flesh Eater Courts. These are very cool ones. It's one I haven't done as well. I did the other one, the Skinnerkin, but I didn't get these at the time. But I love these. I love this set of. They're just like fancy ghouls, basically.
Yeah, I really love the skin tone that you've gone here. That slightly off-putting greeny grey is really lovely and works perfectly against all the bone, the more bronze, darker metal, especially on the axe, and then all that sort of lovely gore detail that you've got going with the arm and the blood spatter on the axe there.
Yeah, it's suitably ghoulish, as it were.
Ooh,
They're
much
very
so.
ghoulish. The very old bones as well, like dirty bones, rather than kind of like being a bright, fresh bone, as it were, which a lot of bone work is. There's a lot more kind of depth to these, and it looks suitably gross.
These in general have a lovely earthy tone to them, which I think really suits the ghouls. Like, these aren't clean creatures.
No, they're very much not. Hygiene is very low down the priority list of the denizens of the Flesh Eater Courts. But no, these are lovely, and I just like as well. You got the occasional little pop here. So like the hand, the arm that's being eaten by the one on the front right. It's just got that like warm flesh, and then it's the blood running down the hand and over the thumb, dripping onto the floor. It's just, it tells a story, right? It's just the pathway of that horrific act.
It really does.
It's just really nicely storyboarded and thought out on the miniature. So it's excellent work. Thank you very much for this one, Graham. Love to see it. next up, we're moving on. We have Flying Muttley, who bought a lot of Aurochs and has painted a lot of Aurochs. We have some Brutes, and we have, this is the Underworlds Warband, isn't it? The other one. I'm pretty certain. So those are the Brute Ragers.
Yeah, potentially.
The ones on the right.
I mean,
they're the newer ones.
Yeah, I mean, really lovely skin work here on that Auric skin, especially on all these sort of brutes on the right there. Dark metallics work super well. I love how you've gone super dark with them as well. And then a really lovely earthy red, which ties into that more earthy basing as well. It's so nice. And then just having like that pop of yellow as well on the leader on the left, but not having it too bright really works with that scheme. Like, I really love how you've kept the colors just a little bit more muted. Means they all tie in together really well. So yeah, really well done here. Yeah,
it's more like an artist's rendering of orcs rather than a fantastical rendering of orcs. It's how Flying Muttley likes to paint. It's very Renaissance artwork, but it's very, very good stuff. He says they're Morgoth's crushers, using them as rages anyway. Yeah, I mean, that's the way to use them. They look like rages to me. But yeah, and they look fantastic. The red is a particularly nice shade of red. It's very, very pretty.
Yeah, absolutely. Really love that red there. It's, again, being slightly more muted actually makes it stand out more, and it's especially because it has that more matte finish to it. I'm not sure if that's just the red you're using with photography, or if you're actually applying a more matte sort of varnish over it. My guess is that maybe that's just the finish of the wash that you put over it. But whatever the reason, it really makes that red feel more kind of luxurious in terms of a painted quality of, like, it feels like you've done more to that than maybe you have, but it really sells the red as something special.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic. It's really, really lovely. I like it a lot. And your skin recipe is excellent.
The skin is top notch. Absolutely.
Yeah. It's great stuff. Again, just really well balanced. Really, really well balanced miniatures. You get the balance so well. Just against all the colours.
Flying Muttley says, matte varnish and an oil wash.
Mutes it a bit. Yeah, well, it's great. It's fantastic. Lovely. Love to see it. Thank you so much, Flying Muttley. Next up, we have Reverend Chris Lawton here. Evening, boys. Did the boss send you for the arms? Not that sort of arms, Barry. Interchangeable weapons for a unit of steel helms. They are magnetized arms, I believe, but they're actual arms and arms. So Chris has composed for us a sincere madness scene of madness here. But the terrain is also very lovely. And of course, Barry once again makes another appearance, which is excellent. We love to see Barry. The ever continuing tall tales of Barry.
Yeah, and suitable for March Madness as well. Where Barry's gone a bit mad with the wrong meaning of arms. But yeah, love to see it.
Barry's gone mad, I tell you. Mad. He's gone mad with power. He's gone mad with power and fame. No, I love it. I love it a lot. It's just good stuff. Chris, well done. And also well done for magnetizing those arms. It's not easy. It's not easy to do. Arms rack is shaped sprue. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, and you've painted that exceptionally well then. If it doesn't read as sprue at all. No, well done.
Yeah, absolutely doesn't read sprue at all.
Yeah, it just flat doesn't read as sprue at all. So the painting work that's gone into that is exceptional. Yeah. No, well done.
Yeah, really
what's in Barry's hooch? Great stuff. I don't know. I'm sure eventually we'll get to that part of the story. It might be some of the King's Blood wine. Read all about that in Dawnbreakers. things don't go well for the humans. But there you go. It's great. It's great stuff. I mean, just like as an accomplishment, it's incredible work, Chris. To build an arms rack to hold your magnetized arms for your other units is an ingenious level of hobby, and I am so here for it. Well done. It's great. Rather than just what I do, which is have a piece of metal, generally an old knife blade, which is really unsafe, but there we go. Anyway.
Yeah, maybe don't do that at home.
Don't do that. No, great stuff, Chris. Thank you so much. Next up, we have Euron with a unit of 5 of the finest Sisters of Silence. These are the Vindicators, aren't they? The ones with the big swords. I don't know if they still have
sounds
separate
about right.
names. Because they used to. There's Witch Seekers.
Yeah, they definitely used to. I can't remember if they're still. But they probably are. I mean, the armor here is just stunning, though.
I'm going to look it up. Vigilators. Yes, Vigilators. That's the ones. Yeah, because Witch Seekers have the burniness.
Yeah.
The Flamers, and Prosecutors are the ones with the bolt guns. Yeah, Vigilators.
Yeah. I mean, the armor here, like, it looks like you've gone. It looks like you've gone for, a metallic, like blue or like turquoise or whatnot. But then it also seems like you've got a slightly more blue under shading in there. Is this like one of those magic color change paints that is from certain angles looks different colors? Because the color transition you've got going on in that armor is just outstanding.
Yeah, it's great. It's really pretty.
If it's not a magic color change paint, then you are magic.
Yeah. He's a wizard. It's the lighter shade of the color shift that I've been painting Custodians with. There you go. It is the color shift paint. It works so well. Especially
really
just like the Sister Superior, I think is what it's called. Again, can't remember. The one in the middle. The way it's shifting around her kind of like the tabard armor up the chest plate is just divine. It's beautiful. It's so pretty. It's lovely stuff. I need to get into.
Just gives like that extra level of depth to the armor that you just would not expect out of a metallic like color like this. It's it really really does something special for the armor. Yeah.
It's really, really cool. I mean, I experienced doing Pearlescent for the first time with Fulgrim on his the Palatine Achilles or whatever it's called, the big wing on his chest. You'll see how I managed that later on. But it's excellent. This is definitely working better than the darker one on the Custodes. Oh, it's great. It's really great. I didn't say that. Erod said that. I was reading his message. That's great, honestly. Awesome stuff. Right, next up we have Helbrecht with a Death Rider of the Death Corps of Krieg in a beautiful colour scheme. I love it. The brown. Everyone knows I'm a big fan of the brown. But I love the glow on the lance.
It's especially, like, the glow on the lance is especially amazing considering how muted the rest of the color scheme is. You've still got, like, if you look really closely, like, there's still actually tons of like definition there. We've got dark browns, you've got the highlights, you've got the blacks, you've got the silvers. They're all really lovely muted, which works perfectly for the Krieg. But then to have this bright glow from the side there is just such a wonderful bit of contrast, and works so well against that. It's clean, grim dark achieved through really smart choice of color. Yeah. Which, it just is mastery of color selection and application there.
It's so very pretty. It's so very pretty. Fantastic work on a dark scheme. Yeah, exactly, Alaric. It's gorgeous. It's gorgeous. And you've done the steed justice as well. The pink blend on the feet is really, really well done. I like it a lot. It's box art special, that right there. It's excellent. It's really excellent. Well done.
Yeah. Really, really masterful work there, for sure.
Yeah, yeah. The flesh is so wrong, but so right at the same time. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's what they are. I mean, they're not horses. They are mounts. I don't know if I'm not sure if the creature has a name. It probably does. Yeah, it's great. It's really good stuff. Thank you very much, Helbrecht. Oh, it's lovely to see the Death Corps starting to make their way in for Krieg. Awesome. Right. Next up, we have Kawaii Fieri with another somber horse. After the Death Rider of Deathcore Creek, we have the Harbinger of Decay, I believe. I'm now going to just make sure I've got that right. Harbinger.
It's definitely the Harbinger of Decay. It's one of my favourite models that they've done. The old one was one of my favourites, and I'm on the fence whether I like the old one or the new one better, but the new one definitely does it justice, which is all that it needed to do, really. And Kawaii Fieri absolutely does this justice.
Yeah.
Again, that turquoise armor, we've seen a number of people do that, a turquoise armor of some sort, and it works really well here. But I love the different greens and browns that you've got going on here. Such great variation, and that putrid flesh of the horse is just so beautifully rendered, and especially the yellowing and the slight discolorations around those wounds and pustules is, I mean, it's just so well done. Yeah, so well done.
Every time we see one of these, it's green on green on green on green, and to have all of those different
every green's different.
Every green's different is just really, really masterfully done. And like the rust on the scythe as well is excellent.
Or even like the discoloration of the horns as they like come into towards the skull. Yeah, all these like little details just really bring the model to life.
Yeah. That horse does not look well. It is not. It is very somber.
No.
It is very somber.
It is a noble horse.
Yeah, exactly. I love it. Well done, Kawaii Fieri. It's great. It's 10 out of 10. No notes.
Yeah, really, really wonderful.
Yeah, it's perfect. Perfection. All right, we'll move on to our next. We have Love Hippo with an entire army of Chaos Knights.
Wow. I mean, yeah, incredible to see them all together. The color scheme absolutely pops when you see. Oh, we always love a family photo here, and to see that, that glossy red against the silver, and then the pops of blue or bronze or gold or whatever else across a whole army. It's such a spectacle seeing a knight's army across the table, and this just looks wonderful.
Yeah, I love it. I love as well that it's a combination of little and large. It's the Abominant, the Rampager, the Spoiler, and then 6 War Dogs as well. And it's nice to see a blend of the different sizes as opposed to generally the competitive build is I think somewhere in the range of 15 War Dogs and that's it. But there's nothing.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's still that, but it definitely was that for a while. Which the War Dogs do look great, but you gotta have some of those big knights in there.
Oh yeah. Love Hippo says it's a Word Bearer's theme. Oh, it definitely reads that way. The sort of the browny red, but it's metallic as well, which is really, really cool. And again, on that scale, very, very impressive over armor panels of that size.
Very much so.
It's not easy to do. So it's just it looks spectacular.
Yeah, really lovely smooth finish on them.
Yeah. It is a spectacle to behold, and it's beautiful. It's really, really well done. Love it. That's a lot of knights, as people are saying. Love Hippo says.
That's a lot of knights.
You're very welcome, Love Hippo. Thank you for sharing with us. It's beautiful. And terrifying to behold at the same time, which is all you can really ask for. The green cloth was camo green and armor green from Vallejo Express. Oh, there you go. Vallejo Express coming in clutch. It's a great range of paints. Do recommend checking it out.
Well, especially for that more sort of earthy tones as well. Vallejo Express would be the, I remember you test them out and they felt more sort of naturalistic. So to choose them for that model is a great shout.
Yeah, no, agreed. No, awesome stuff. Right, next up Used your word bearer's paint combo. Well, it's very impressive then to use that across such large paint, large panels. Well done, Love Hippo.
I would
Really
go
well
so
done.
far to say that like you use this now, to such a scale that Josh hasn't. So it's now become your word
Yeah,
bearer paint combo.
I'd say it's your word bearer's paint combo, and I just copied you really at this point.
Yeah.
There you go. Who cares about chronology?
Yeah.
You've claimed it, Love Hippo. It's great stuff.
If you
Next
painted
up,
this much of it, it's yours.
yeah. We have Jason, who treats us all to a Ballistus Dreadnought in the colours of the Best Legion, the Blood Angels. Looking absolutely spectacular. Clean, crisp, red. What more can you ask for?
Exactly that. Yeah, just a really lovely, clean paint job here. Lovely base work. Got just a couple of extra details on there that really bring it to life. And then just paint a dreadnought really well. That's all you need.
The black striping down the fire, the missile launcher. That is neat.
Very nice, yeah.
Yeah, it's not easy to do that one because it changes direction twice. So you end up drawing the line, but you have to do it 3 times and it overlaps. It's really hard.
Yeah. And then make sure it lines up across all the panels.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Yep. And it's equidistant on all 3 panels as well. That's the other part of it, which is what makes it so impressive. It's
I
very,
would probably
very good.
use masking tape and try to make that work. But if you do it freehand, absolutely kudos to you.
Yeah, and I like as well that you've occupied a lot of the empty space on the dreadnought with the decals, and you've placed them really nicely. They're not too big, not too crazy, and it's just very, very efficient use of space. And the red's really smooth. It's just very nice. It's very nice, Jason.
Yeah,
it's very nice. And it's a Blood Angel, so I'm happy.
That's how this works.
I am a
You
simple
can
man.
absolutely bribe Josh with his favorite models.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, it's great. It's good stuff. I tried to do a similar job to the classic dreadnoughts. It definitely evokes classic dreadnought kind of vibe. The Ballistus does that more so than the Redemptor or the Brutalis. But yeah, no, it's great. It's really cool. I like it. Like it a lot. Lovely. It's a Stormcast Eternals pilot too. Oh, is it? Okay, so it's doubly the best miniature ever. Excellent. Jason wins.
Sure, why not?
Yeah, no, excellent. Moving on, we have Gran with Usharan and a Death Guard kill team. But behold,
Incredible
Usharan.
work.
The greatest of madness lies in
Old
Usharan.
indeed.
I love that model. This is the 3rd one we've had tonight.
Yeah, yeah. It was. We've had James, we've had Adams, and then this one. I can't remember if there's been any more. But I mean, King of Madness and what looks like it could have stepped out from the box art. I mean, this is just incredible work here.
Yeah, it's spectacular. It's so good. You got the.
It's such a good model, right?
Yeah, it is. It is also model of the year. Should just point out.
True.
I mean the blend from the ghoulish green into the dead flesh with the blue, absolutely crushed that. Love the browns and the use of all of that within the back assembly, for lack of a better word. And I really like the stonework as well here. It's kind of because I like that kind of redder, more sort of bloodier stone, as it were, for lack of a better word.
Yeah, but it's still done nice and subtly. So there's just like a hint of it here.
Yeah.
Rather than going too rich on the redness, which I mean can definitely work, but I really love the subtlety you've got here. It really supports leading that eye to Usharan and that sort of pale blue flesh that he's got.
Yeah, he's such a pretty miniature. Yeah, in my head canon, that's not Usharan, that's just Conrad Kurz in the final moments before he died. Oh, yeah. That's pretty much where Conrad Kurz was going anyway. Just deranged. Yeah, no, it's excellent. It's excellent stuff, We Grant, honestly. Yeah, he's a favourite of mine. Thank you very much. Right, next and last, but by no means least, we have BC. Brandon with some, well, I mean, these are very, very cool Grey Knights. But these are converted somewhat, I believe. They look fantastic. I love the extra layers of armor and stuff that's going on here.
Yeah, there's something so grimdark about these conversions as well. They just ooze character. Yeah, I love all like the little lightning bits you've got going on the like the blue thunder hammers or nemesis demon hammers rather. Yeah, there's just something so like Blanchitsu about this style that you've got going here. Yeah,
he's captured because obviously BC has been working a lot on Trench Crusade. He's definitely captured elements of that within here, and
that absolutely makes sense.
Yeah, you can kind of read it, can't you? And it really works on these. Again, we've seen an example of really clean, bright, and shiny Grey Knights tonight, but this is an example of them being a little bit more muted, a little bit more kind of practical, I guess. And again, it just works, doesn't it? It works as a vibe. It's lovely.
It does. I mean, that's the beauty of 40k. It can be, almost down in the trenches like these are, with that sort of grittier Blanchitsu sort of grimdark look to it. Or you can still paint them sort of more box art and have them, as the clean lines and fresh out of the academy or wherever they are, and then stepping out onto the battlefield as like the paragons of, especially the Grey Knights or Space Marines. They can be like the clean, paragons of the Imperium, or they can have been fighting for thousands of years and be just beat to hell.
Yeah, these are great. They're really, really, really pretty. Yeah, well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. That is A Tale of Many Warhipsters, Season 3, Episode 5. There you go. So, whilst I pull up the picker for the prize winner, Mr. Quatkin, would you like to tell me your particular highlights this evening?
There were so many of them. So I'm, in the absence of the other two guys, I'm going to pick a lot of honorable mentions, but I think I do actually have one favorite tonight. But all the other ones, like all you guys, if I don't mention you guys were still incredible. But I would say, recently saw the Krieg Death Rider from Helbrecht. That was incredible. I mean, the Alice in Wonderland from Teeny Tiny Victories was mind-blowing. Such great work. Your work with light especially is fantastic. I really love the cull work on Viking Minis 50s, Emperor's Children, and then Drogs as well. James Mathias with all your Usheran and Flesh Eater Courts, wonderful colour selection. I love the conversion on both Iffy's Undead Cadians and also on Darksider's Dark Angel's Blade Guard. I think my pick this month goes to No Skill Painter for your Claw Lord on Norbeast, which was just about perfect.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. It's just breathtaking. Breathtaking piece of work. Excellent stuff. I mean, more mentions of highlights. Joshua Holmes for the Cathay submissions. Forge Father, I really liked your D&D Samurai. It was very, very, very cool. Old Man Noz for the Giant Tomato. Fake Street Spirit with the Tree Lord. Just excellent stuff all around. Tox and Stoogie for your War Dogs, and Euro Phoenixia for the Knight Tyrant, and this, that, and the other. It's just loads of really, really cool stuff. Just spectacular month as always. They get more and more spectacular as they continue to go on. So as always, we do this bit now where I say, if you want to take part in deadline number 6 is April 30th. It is coming up in 17 days. I'm sure most of you already started working on. The theme for next month is, oh, we're halfway there. Oh, we're living on a prayer. It's episode 6 next. So you can submit in one of 3 ways. You already know this by now, guys. TheRealWarHipster@gmail.com, in the members/Patreon's Discord server, or you can follow the Google form link below. It is already there in the description. So now all that is left for us to do is pop back to this screen, and we're going to hit the spin button, see who wins today's raffle. That would be JR Hod 03. Congratulations.
Very nice. Congrats.
So there you go. Congratulations. If you email me, let me know what you want. Again, sort of roughly sort of 30-40 quid, something like that. Generally your next model kit. You can have whatever you like. If you don't live in the UK, I can send you a voucher. If you do live in the UK, I can send you the model directly. It's just the quicker. That is the second time it goes one person past me. I'm sorry, Zara.
Oh no. Next time. He was so close as well.
Time. Yeah, I genuinely thought it was going to stop on you there for a second.
Yeah.
But,
just a tiny bit more.
And as usual, we do this twice just to reiterate, just to make sense. The April 30th is the next deadline for you. Oh, we're halfway there. Is the next the next theme. So John Bon Jovi themed miniatures, I'm expecting many of. So submit via the realwarhipster@gmail.com, or via the member/Patreon's Discord server, or follow the Google form in the link below. Thank you so much to everybody who hung out with us tonight on Tale of Many Warhipsters Season 3 Episode 5. It's been a good one. Unless anybody has any other business. We had... What was it? Just to let everybody know exactly how many we had. We had... Is it gone? Oh, it's there. We had 76 of the finest entries to the Tale of Many Warhipsters this time. So it's staying very
every
consistent.
single week. You guys are, yeah, absolutely. Every month, you guys are staying so consistent. So well done to you guys for keep on submitting and keep on turning up to watch the stream as well, because this is just so incredible that you guys are painting so much, improving your painting so much, and submitting all that you are, because it's a true privilege each month to look at these miniatures.
Yeah. And can you believe it's halfway there next month? It's episode 6.
Oh, man.
Time flies, right?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Time flies when you're having fun. Well, does anybody... What's the record for number of submissions? It was 80-something was the record.
Yeah.
But we're consistently higher this season than we were in season 2. And season 1 as well. So it doubled from season 1 to season 2. It then it was it's been roughly about sort of 30% increase on season 2 to season 3. The worry was that season 3 it would double again, so we would have sort of 120, 150 submissions. We'd have to just be like,
yeah.
I
mean, we already moved the streams to Sundays to cope with the timing of it.
Yeah. But the thing I worried about was that we would end up like Tale of Many Warhipsters would just basically be like this. That's great. That's cool. This is awesome. That's great. That's cool. This is awesome. This is really pretty. Wow, 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 wow. Which we obviously didn't want that to be. So, otherwise it was good. Oh, that's completely the wrong screen. And that is also the wrong thing to have on the screen. There we go. But, so that is the conclusion of tonight. Maybe Adam will be back. Maybe Mr. Richard Smith will be back next month. But if they're not, we shall figure it out a little bit further ahead of time. And we might get some of you to come and... I've got the list of people who said they wanted to be guests on this. So I'm be contacting you this week, I imagine. See if you want to get involved next time round. Get Peachy on. We could try and get Peachy on, although I don't think he knows that this even happens. So, you know, it is what it is. But yeah, so we're gonna bounce now. So yeah, thank you so much for hanging out with us tonight, and we will see you all very soon for another episode. And I will be back tomorrow with the live stream. I'm not sure what we're going to be doing, but we shall find out. And then, you know, let me know which Emperor's Children videos you want. You have a choice of 4. You're getting them all, but you have a choice of 4. So you'll see. But they'll be coming out this week. So yeah, stay tuned for that. Here is the hand of farewell. I shall wave it to you, because you guys are legends. And I'll see you all very soon in the next one. Love you, chat, and bye for now.
Bye.